Hello, everybody, and we are live. Welcome. Hope you're all doing fantastic. So, I like to start off these live streams because I don't know when people will be viewing this. I get a lot of my viewers in my live streams. Most of my viewers come like the after the stream has already ended, ironically enough. So, I like to do a little intro right up front that the theme of this live stream is we've got a 4-hour streaming goal. So we're going to be live streaming for 4 hours. And part of what I'd like to do is increase my art streaming endurance. So I'm setting up my title and description here. Streaming endurance. And I know that could be a funny thing. Is this idea that I have this amusing goal set to to get myself to stream for longer, because it's interesting. Like, you could do one thing, right? You could do a stream, or you can do art. And I can do those each for like quite a long time. But when I put them together, when I start to do like a live stream of it, for whatever reason, it becomes all the more challenging to finish. So as of right now, my goal is to go for 4 hours on this live stream. And we're going for 4 hours. Let's see. We're going for 4 hours, and we're going to see how well I can do. I mean, I guess if you set the goal, you should just stick it through, right? There shouldn't be any question of whether I'm going to do it or not. But, things come up and things change. But the goal of this live stream is to go 4 hours. So, obviously, if you're tuning into this later, that is the introduction to this live stream. Nothing more than that. And, what I find is the hardest thing about live streaming is, for those of you that are interested, it's not doing the art on the live stream that's difficult. It's doing the art while talking at the same time that I feel is the most challenging obstacle for live streaming. So let's see, yesterday I finished this foot, which means I was working on this foot right here. So that's good. And I didn't get to this big foot, did I? Yeah, I got to this big foot. All right. So I got to this big foot. Oh no, this foot must be this one. Yeah, this foot is the same as that one. So, all right, here we go. So we're working on feet. So here's some updates from yesterday evening's work. So these are some of the feet that we did the other day. So this is a back view of a foot using oil pastels. These are side views, or like angled views of feet. Feet, yes. Unknown revealed, yes. And this is another foot that we've done. So interestingly enough, these feet are actually based on sculptures. So this is a drawing book called the Ultimate Bargue Collection. And there was a theory. There was a art teaching theory back in the day in the 1800s that believed that artists should always study from like statues before ever moving on to anything else. Like, you had to earn your way to study models. And that's a very backward perspective of art today. Very backward, very unmodern, very unsophisticated, very not even conservative, but very narrow-minded a view of art today. So, either way, I would not consider the material in this narrow-minded as much as it is how they approached the world of art back in the day. It's like artists had to earn their way to doing live models. I think that's ridiculous. But I definitely think the drawing skills learned in this book itself, which you can obviously go at your own pace and do however you like. The art ideas in this book are still very valuable. So let me just share some of the ideas here. So we'll be here for 4 hours. You don't necessarily have to stay, but if you do, of course, right? Obviously, nobody has to stay. But here we go. So just giving some samples of what we're going to be... Now, I'm not going to cover all this in 4 hours. I might get through like 4 to 6 pages, because each of these takes me at least like 15 to 20 minutes. Now, I'm not just drawing these with pen or pencil and getting a sketch. I'm actually going through each of these with oil pastels. So that's what really adds to the challenge of working with these pieces. And do this one. So what happens is a lot of these like get repeated. What's my best drawing? I have a lot of drawings. Well, my favorite painting though, I can show my favorite painting. I have it right here. So this is actually one of my favorite paintings. And this is the favorite paintings that I've done. So this is actually 4 paintings in one. And I will credit, you know, this is these are based on Vincent van Gogh's drawings. So basically, I took Vincent van Gogh's drawings that were not painted. So a lot of his early work wasn't really painted by him, and I made them into my own paintings that are in his style with my own take on things, on certain things. So this is probably my favorite painting that I've done. But best drawing, I guess that didn't answer your question. What is my best drawing? I got quite a few, but I guess off the top of my head, I don't really have that answer. Yeah, thank you, Fabled Creations. Appreciate that. So let me bring this back since I didn't realize you were here. I guess I could do an entire series just talking about my paintings, but this is, I believe, a 16 by 20. I might be wrong. It's either 16 by 20 or 14 by 16, probably 16 by 20. But you know, just 4 paintings in one. Separated them with tape to create this nice border. Now I don't usually use tape to separate things, but I thought it would be nice to kind of have each one of these in their own little frame. And again, you know, I do have to say that the original credit goes to Vincent van Gogh for the original drawings that these are based on. So he did drawings. And basically, I turned them into my own painting, obviously inspired by his style, as you could see with some of the brush marks, some of the impasto, the raised surfaces on this painting, you could tell. And not everything is, you know, some of the things I changed up, like, you know, this area right here, I wanted to capture like the muddy plowed field with a lot of shadow. You know, this circular use of sun is definitely inspired by him and his work, but it is also it wasn't in the drawing, you know, so I did some of these other interpretations on my own. But overall, these are pretty true to his original drawing designs. But hey, this is actually one of my favorite paintings. My favorite painting though that I've done, since you're asking, is, let's see, where is it? My favorite, where is it? Here we go, it's right here. So this is actually my favorite painting that I've done. And I have a lot, but this is my favorite painting that I've done. And basically a 14 by 16 or 12 by 16, 11 by 14, I don't remember. But it is based on a flower vase. Wanted to make it very bright and exciting, and you know, use some good combination of colors. I really enjoyed making the roses on this painting. You know, these little sparks of red kind of really makes this rose pop out. These roses pop out. So this is one of my favorite paintings. And also I did this on TikTok Live. I was live streaming this quite a while ago. And some of the live streamers that were sticking around and some of the live streamers that made donations, I actually put their name into this. So here's one. I secretly hid their name here. Livy. And another one, I had another name up here, but I couldn't remember where I put it. So, you know, just sharing that for anybody in the future who decides that they want to tune in. And this is somebody's name. I think she went by the initials MXY. Or Minxie was their name on TikTok. So yeah, one of my favorite paintings. And you can see quite a lot of texture that pops up off the top that creates these interesting pieces. You know, nice texture from our painting. So this is one of my favorite pieces, and it's a drawing. Well, it was based, you know, on my own drawing or interpretation of a flower. So that's one of my favorites. Or if you're curious about something more abstract, I do have this piece that I really like. I call it the One-Eyed Monster. One-Eyed Monster. I guess we could turn it any which way you like. I have to do a live stream like this, just going through all of my different paintings and just reviewing them and talking about them. But yeah, this is one of my favorites. It's a very abstract piece. But, you know, it's not for everybody. As you could tell, it's got a little bit of a bit of craziness, maybe a bit of darkness and chaos in this. Or, you know, maybe you just see it as a very vibrant, bright, lovely painting. I don't know. I wouldn't really consider it that. I'd consider it a bit more on the aggressive side. But yeah, this is also one of my favorite paintings as far as like an abstract, non-representational piece goes. The One-Eyed Monster. And technically, I think you could frame this however you like, right? Like, which side looks best for those of you watching right now? Which side would you say is the best way? Now, this is the way I painted it, but, you know, to everybody can share their own personal views on how things should be. So with that, we'll put this away and let's get started on doing this live art stream here. Enough talking. Let's make some art. Well, actually, we're not really making anything new right now. These are studies, and that's what makes this live stream somewhat tiring sometimes. Is studies, because I definitely find that if I get into the mode of just making art, just painting or something, it's easy to just like get lost and sucked in and just keep going. But once you start to throw in like studies and having to like make things that are how do you put this? Make things that are made a specific way. You know, all of these pieces in here to study are made a specific way, and it requires a lot of thinking. You know, when you use oil pastels, a lot more thinking than I originally thought this project would be, because you know, you think art, just throwing on colors, things like that, but planning the pieces, getting the lines right, plus the talking. So in my non-artistic life, that's what one of my mentors likes to call it, the non-artistic life, the life outside of your artwork and everything. My non-artistic life, I don't do this much talking. And but in my virtually artistic life, my YouTube channel and my social media profiles, I have to do a lot of talking. I have to do a lot of talking because it helps the algorithms. So anyway, that is what we're working on here. And let's go. So I made the circle, but I'm not really happy with this circle here. So we'll flatten this part, and then this part needs to come around. So this needs to be angled down here. And I hope you're all doing fantastic. So yep, that I just did a little demo or show of all my artwork, so I hope you all enjoyed that. And as we get started on this is obviously an open conversation. How long does it take me to make a painting like any painting? Well, I've had paintings that took me like 10 minutes, and I've had paintings that took me like 2 weeks. On and off, right? Like, obviously I don't paint for 2 weeks every single hour. But here's the thing that I find really interesting about that question, and I'm so glad you said it because now I get to share my thoughts around it, is the idea that even a painting, you know, for an artist that works professionally, an artist that, you know, spends a lot of time on their craft, a painting that takes like 5 or 10 minutes, maybe an hour, isn't always just a painting that takes that long. Like, because there's a lot that builds into every thought, every idea, every line that an artist makes. You know, there are some ideas that can just be brewing in your head for like weeks at a time. Maybe you've had this experience. Have you ever like just thought about something and thought about doing it and thought about doing it and thought about doing it, and one day you just do it and it's like, wow, that was so quick, that was so easy. This is a bad analogy, but it's like, you know, how long does it take to wash the dishes? Nobody really likes to do the dishes, but this is a really bad analogy. I don't know why I'm going to continue with this, but it's like, you know, you think about it, and then one day you just do it, and it's like, it just happens. It's so quick and easy. I guess a better example would be, let me think. I'm trying to think now. Right, like making a YouTube video. I don't know if you make YouTube videos CE Bond too, but you know, you can think about content for a long time, right? You can think about an idea, a short. You think about, oh, I want to make shorts about this, or I want to make YouTube videos about this, and you think about it for like days at a time, or weeks, or maybe even months. And then one day you're just like, that's the idea, let me do it. And it takes you, you know, you just find it, you make a video about it, and it takes you like anywhere from 5 minutes to, I don't know, weeks if you're going to make like an extensive short film. So yeah, there's the extended answer there. I think artists have that experience of, you know, just because a piece takes, the amount of time that it actually takes isn't really reflective about the amount of time that it actually takes it to come up with an idea. So Amir, welcome. What's going on? I just had a long explanation of how long does my painting take. But yeah, that's also the way my mind works. Like, you know, I might have an idea and it might sit and I'll like think about it for weeks, until one day I just decide to do it, and it's nice and quick. It just moves really quickly, really nice and smoothly. So
Hi, you.
The answer to your question, how long does a painting take? Depends. So you Twitch stream, each stream there's a huge thought process. So yeah, exactly. So I wish I had asked you if you're familiar. I think I did ask you, like, are you familiar with YouTube streaming or whatever? But yeah, so exactly, totally, exactly the same example. Like, you know, you think about it, and then once you do it, it might, you know, you might stream for an hour, you might stream for 4 hours, but the amount of time of actual streaming isn't reflective about the thought process, you know, getting yourself psyched up, all of that was involved with finally doing it. So right there, I hope my answer was helpful, but I'm glad that you were able to find a way to find it relatable. And yeah, so what's your Twitch stream about? Do share. I like to make my channel as much about myself and my artwork as I do about the wonderful people that are in my stream. Like Amir Khan, Mr. Emir Khan.
What do you need?
That's our cat people. If you like cats, we got 2 cats. So, see, I can imitate a cat pretty well, right? All right. So anyway, I'm just drawing the lines here, the basic lines and the formats here before I get started into doing color. So I will share an update. Just imagine being an art streamer. It's got to be hard. Yeah, I guess, it's as hard as we all make it, right? So Amir, what do you think is hard about being an art streamer? Out of curiosity, I'm just curious what your thoughts are. What would you say makes it a difficult feat or activity? So you mostly stream games like Metal Gear Solid, amazing game. Metal Gear Solid, classic, wonderful game there. I haven't played it in a long time, but I remember growing up and playing Metal Gear Solid, and it's a fantastic, fantastic game. So here we go. Drawing down the line, and then curving this line down a bit. And yeah, so you used to stream Fortnite, but now you're kind of like doing a playthrough of any game. That's awesome. Yeah. Gaming is huge right now. Gaming is huge for live streamers. And I think it's so interesting because, you know what person growing up who played video games, didn't dream of just being able to play video games for a living? I don't know too many. Especially if they like actively did it. But you know what? It's an opportunity for today's young people and even adults, right? But it is a wonderful thing that people can now enjoy as an adult. People can now do and enjoy. So I'm trying to tighten up this heel that I'm working on right here. More than just doing two things at the same time. Yeah, okay, so elaborate. What do you mean by that? Let's see, so I need to do this line right here, and we're going to go at an angle. A little bit longer on this toe area. I'm going to go bring this down. So doing two things at the same time. Yeah, definitely live streaming. Because I definitely find myself, one of the challenges, and I'll share what my thoughts are on what you're saying, is this idea that on one hand, I got to do this. But then on the other hand, you gotta engage the people that are here with you, right? Like, you gotta be chatting with them. And that's definitely something I'm working on now, is improving that level of endurance. I think it's funny to use that term endurance for somebody who's just like live streaming. Because I think we see people on TV all the time, and it seems like they're just on, and we go on like we'll watch like a talk show, a late night talk show, and it's like Howard Stern will be just on there talking for hours. But I think they need breaks too. Or the QVC host, QVC host having a conversation, selling products through the late night. Into the night. There you go. Let's go like this, and then we're gonna go. Right here. So Amir, you said that you're from, I can't remember whether, did you say you're from Turkey or is that the other person? You see a lot of streams like, you're going to go there, take this, yeah, do that. But when you look at the art streams, they really talk about life and ideas. Hey, that's kind of cool. I never really, I don't watch too many gamer streams, so I don't really have that insight, but that's some interesting insight you got there. Yeah, I guess we do talk about. I guess artists really do think about like life and stuff, huh? Compared to gamers. But I just asked you where you're from, but I don't know why. I was gonna ask you something specific that's culturally relevant, but I can't remember what it was. So, unfortunately, we're gonna have to have a rain check on that thought. But let's see. So we're gonna have this go across. Let's start with a toe that kind of comes up a little bit more than halfway. And let's see. I'm trying to remember what was I gonna ask you? Yeah, you did say it comes from the Ottomans, but I had a specific question. No, it wasn't about like where it comes from. What was I just saying before what we were talking about? What is your take on other streams? Dang, what was I totally forgot. I forgot what I was saying. Before I read as I was reading your text. It wasn't something specifically about Turkey. It was something specifically about like how they approach a certain subject in Turkey. I can't remember, unfortunately. But maybe it'll come to me. Just not right now. May come later. If not, that's okay. We're gonna go up. Maybe something to do with cats. I don't think about cats. I don't think that's what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, okay. So here's the question. All right. So in America, late night TV, there's like these channels where people can like stay up till like 4 a.m. and they watch like just people selling stuff on TV. Do they have that in Turkey? Like what would somebody stay up late at night to watch in Turkey? There's like all sorts of TV shows. Like there used to be this TV show called Insomnia with Dave Attell. And basically it was just this guy who would go out at like 1 a.m. in the morning in various cities across America, and all he would do is like just talk about the different stuff that happens late at night. He would like interview people. Yeah. So that's the question. In Turkey, what would you say, people can, what are some like shows that people might want to watch like late night in Turkey? Alright, so right now we are just working through this part of our drawing, and in a moment here we will share, actually I could share some progress right now, although I feel like this heel is a little bit too small. So here we go. Let's share our progress here. So here's our progress. We've got just the shape of a foot right now. And soon enough we will turn this into something that looks much different. So here we go. And let's see, what color do I want to do with this? If anybody here, Amir, what's your favorite color? Or anybody who's viewing right now, what is your favorite color? And we can make this foot design with that color. But if nobody responds in the next moment or so, we're just gonna go ahead and move on and go ahead and do it. So let's see. What I want to start with is some middle colors. So let's do, my favorite one was like a yellow and green. So let's go with like a light mid orange or a middle pink. We're gonna go with a middle pink here and see what we can do about that. So, oh yeah, well, like, you know, I had a feeling you had late night talk shows, but like, you know, do you have like a channel like QVC where all they do is just sell stuff all night long? And here we go. So I'm gonna use this as our like mid-tone color here. And yeah, I can imagine, you know, watching, what would be interesting is like watching TV, what TV is like in a bunch of different countries. That would be a fun like YouTube channel to look at. Like what TV is like, someone that just like live streams their experiences watching TV in different countries. Because it's probably so very different. You can learn a lot by watching TV in different countries. And it's so interesting because, you know, I remember growing up and I would go visit China and I would just see all these. It was interesting to see how all their ads run. You know, one thing I learned about them, by them, I mean like, you know, Chinese TV, they would play like the same ads over and over and over. There was like, I just remember I would watch this one channel and they would play like the same 5 ads for like hours on end. Their channels for selling stuff 24/7, 24, yeah. But that, I thought that was interesting about Chinese television, is that, you know, you could watch one channel and they would just have the same ads for hours on end. It was pretty interesting to me. So here we go. I'm adding like a mid-tone color basically. We're doing a mid-tone color that we're gonna eventually blend into a bigger one. So here we go. Here we're gonna go around and let's see. So that's gonna come like so, and what I want to do is I want to also add this as a bit of a triangle here. So we're gonna go around, and at the top of these feet we're gonna have some design, as a flat design as we go across here to capture the top of these feet. And let's go like this. We're gonna go around here. Yeah. So, who are some popular Turkish celebrities right now? What are they in movies and stuff, or whatever? I don't know. I don't know exactly what's happening out there in that part of the world. It is lost to me. All right. So you know what I can do is I can actually add some more of this color as like a base layer into some of these spaces here. And we're going to continue on. We're going to continue to build this color, and then we'll build around this color. And here we go. We need some of the knuckle shapes. So how did they do these knuckles? I don't really know. These toe knuckles. So here we go. We're gonna have a piece right here. And here we go. Now you missed the times when you got Bob Ross channels. Yeah, wouldn't it be nice to have the man just chatting to us. Just having the dude chat with us. Share some of his wisdom and experiences in life. So here we go. This is the just initial base layer, as y'all can see. Just the initial design of the foot as far as color goes, and what you'll see as we continue this on is that it will start to transform and look more, I don't want to say realistic, just have more, look more finished. I think that's a good word to use. More finished. So more finished. Thanks, CE Bond 2. Welcome back. I don't know if you've been here the whole time, but yeah, I think we were talking about your stream earlier. So how's your streaming going? How is your live stream session coming along? Are you getting the results you want? Okay, so here we go. Gonna start to smooth out some of our shapes here. Just smoothing things out. Some of our pastel areas. And just smooth out, smoothing out using our oil pastel. Smoothing out meaning we're trying to get rid of some of the hard corners that we created with this. And we're going to go around and curve this, create this nice and round. Let's go ahead and just start to get this colored in here. I say the word colored. Do you think sculptors study these drawings too? You get views every stream, not about how many people, but how you can entertain them. Yeah, that's great. I knew this. I actually met this one YouTube live stream. He doesn't stream anymore, but he used to do this thing called Dice Decides. And well, actually, I think that's his YouTube stream is Dice Decides. And basically, he would he would allow streamers to like roll a dice that would decide basically what he would play or something, or what he would actually do. So I thought that was a really fun, interactive way for him to engage an audience. But, you know, very creative. I think it had its, definitely had its benefits, its merits of an idea. So here we go. We're going to go up and around. So one thing I have a hard time with is getting these super really dark shadows that also curve into these feet here. But sculptors study these drawings. You know, that's a good question. They probably do. I would guess that they probably do. I mean, you know, it's almost hard to imagine that they wouldn't. You know what I mean? Like, because at some level you do have to have like a practice sketch. You have to have an initial sketch of your drawing in order for it, or a sculpted piece in order for it to work, or in order for it to exist, unless, you know, people just like to go in right away. But I'm sure an artist will do that, because, you know, it's also an art school too. Like, art schools are pretty much you know, they got a lot of similar ways of doing things. I guess, you know, you start with some classes, start with some basic art concepts and ideas, and yeah, CE Bond 2. Definitely, I forgot to mention this, but definitely feel free to share whatever your live stream is. I know there are some live streamers that don't like it when, you know, people kind of promote themselves, but I'm not one of those streamers. I love it when I get to be a way for other people to share their ideas, their work, their channels, whatever it is. I am a commercial-friendly YouTube channel. So here we go. Going live soon. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Yeah, if you want to be in that, there you go. So everybody, so CE Bond 2, is that your live? What is your Twitch name? You are totally free to promote your own Twitch channel here too. I would not be offended if Amir had left this to go watch your stream. How could one of my viewers steal one of my other viewers? Sounds ridiculous, right? So, anyways, I'm glad that we can all connect, and Amir can find other channels that he's interested in. The real 008 Maverick. All right, well, there we go. So a little shout out. We have a Twitch streamer in here, the real 008 Maverick. I don't know what audience age group you cater to, so I hope it's generally a good, positive channel, at least that I would be sharing. But yeah, I guess that is one of the concerns as you become a bigger streamer, is, you know, I think, the benefit that I have now is that as a smaller streamer, is this idea that as you get bigger, you really have to be more selective about, who you allow to, promote things. Because, when you start to reach like tens of thousands of people, you have to be very selective. But for now, I find it great to be able to help support other streamers, other people that are alive. And maybe I will never have to change that, right? Maybe I can keep doing it this way no matter how big I get or how big a live stream gets. Or maybe I'm being naive, I don't know. So here we go, we got this knuckle here, and then we're gonna go like this. There's that piece, there's that one. Definitely have a very difficult time getting these feet, but let's keep it working. Yeah, you're welcome. CE Bond 2. I hope you did get a new viewer, right? Like, I was just gonna say, I hope you get a new viewer out of that, but you did, Amir. Yes. And one great thing is that every live streamer needs a viewer like Amir. Amir is like the ideal live streamer or live stream watcher. Or live stream joiner. So not only did you just get a couple new live stream watchers, but Amir is one of the best. So there you have that. And let's go ahead and we're gonna use a bright red here. We're gonna go down and use this orange. This is like an orange red. Vermilion. Vermilion is the color. So we're gonna go with a bright vermilion here. And we're gonna go down. Because anybody could get viewers, right? But to have a good viewer, a good person to hang around in your room, that is very, very valuable. So let's see, we're gonna continue painting, drawing. I say painting a lot, but we're gonna continue drawing into this foot here. We're just gonna go with this bright contrasting red against a purple. Yes. All right, so let's do this. I will share some progress here in a moment as I start to bring these colors together, bring this design together. As I start to bring these designs together, here we go. So let's go like this, go draw this in. And how do we do this? There we go. And that's going to be curved around, and then we're going to curve this around. This big toe or this middle toe is going to be And here's a little progress. We're probably almost done with this. You're going live at 2:40. Everyone feel free at any moment to switch back over to this streamer. No, hey, you know what? If you successfully take all my streamers, then, I will be very glad that you're in this room, because that means that you are good at getting people to join a room. And then I can only hope that you come back later and steal people over to this way. But, hey, whatever. To each their own. I would not be offended. So, that said, or if you did steal everybody, that would mean that you're a very good streamer. So it's great to connect. But anyway, that said, I do stream on Twitch as well and Facebook. So this is also on Twitch and Facebook. But it's nice to be able to, go back and forth. You could do a raid on my Twitch room later. It's Huzzah Creative, Huzza Creative. But I still have 3 hours and 9 minutes left on this stream. So let's go ahead and what can we do? So this is what I've got so far, but I'm not happy about where the feet are. So I went ahead and decided to use like a nice contrasting red, but I'm not really happy about how the midtones popped up. So I got to do something about that. And maybe I'll bring in a yellow. Let's see. Let's bring in a green, a contrasting green to see what we can do with a green. Yeah, there we go. We could invite a green here to layer. We're gonna layer with our green here. Let's do some layering with our green. And here we go. So, yes. Here we go. We are adding some of these colored fine color detail things here as we start to establish more of our shapes of the foot a little better. And there we go. We're establishing our mid-tone color here. Oh yeah, these are like mid-tone colors that we're focusing on adding. So here we go. Adding this green into this space around this way. And let's bring some green down into here. A little bit of green into these toes. The green is for the midtones. And let's go green right there. Let's go green into that space, green into this next space here. And green into this space. And let's curve this green around here. So we're going to curve the green around. And let's see what we got. Got the big toe right there. There we go. Seems to go all the way across to the big toe. Yeah, no worries, Amir. You go do whatever you feel brings you the most joy, my friend. No worries. People need you. I mean, other streamers need you. You know what I mean? So right now we're going into some of these details with a much darker oil pastel here. And let's see what's going on. So going from darker shade. Let's see if we can even tighten this up a bit more. I want to darken this with the blue. And let's see, how can I make this? Thinking through some of the choices that I'm making here as I start to improve the color. What can I do to make some of the darker areas dark? Alright, so that's that toe. We may need another one. We're gonna improve our next toe here. And there we go. So let's go like this. All right. So getting ready now. All right. Let's do this. So I have this foot. For whatever reason, this angle of foot, I definitely struggle with because there's just like this huge area of light. And I probably need to define some of the edges just a little bit better. I think it's this space right here that kind of comes down and doesn't make sense. So let me do that. Let me get back into this part. And we need to curve this up. There we go. Yeah, that did the trick a little bit. So if we can curve this space up. And what are we doing right here? We go doing that. And pushing this up further as far as the color goes. Now let's go around this. We're gonna do a nice. I'm gonna go around this with a nice green, a darker green, lighter green, darker green. Let's do this. Okay. So here we go. Let's go around and go like this. So I will be sharing some progress in just a few moments here for those of you that are interested, which if you're watching this, you probably are. But, you know, we will have the reveal of this work. And what I think, I did a little bit too dark of I didn't do enough contrast for the background, but that's all right. I think the green is really going to stand out once I get around to the red. So I really like to add a background to each of these pieces because I think it helps to create a bit of a contrast that you can have to compare against. And here we go. I'm gonna continue doing this. And almost up there, almost to the top. A little journey as we go around this figure. As they get bigger, you know, it takes more time to draw or color in the specific spaces that you need. And here we go. We have carved out our version of the foot. And I will say, you know, I definitely like how this is, what this has become. I definitely like it where it's at. And although there are some things that are imperfect comparing to this, I think it's great. Hey, Emmett, what do I... So what do I think about making draw with me kind of content? Oh, so you mean like tutorial video? Do you mean like a tutorial video? Like, because I'm glad you shared that, because I kind of thought that that's what these videos were. You know, like when I do live streaming, I usually think, oh, well, you know, sure, some artist is just gonna, you know, turn on, or someone who wants to be an artist just kind of turns on and just kind of draws with me. So, you know, that's kind of what I thought this was. But apparently, if you're asking a question, it's not. And that's good feedback. That's good insight there. So yeah, this is a foot that's coming down at an angle. I guess if I have to explain the piece, I probably don't need to explain the piece. But if I have to explain the piece, it's either too abstract or I have not done the job of correctly describing it. You know what? There's some things to improve. And when there's things to improve, let's keep improving. So there's a couple things I need to do that just don't feel right here. And it includes this space right here. So I need to carve this space down a bit. And let's fill in these red spaces and leave like no I want to leave these little white spots, these white speckles. And we can fix this toe by increasing the shape of the toenail. There we go. Just increase the shape of the toenail by a little bit and then push this toe back. Study with you. So, you know, out of curiosity, like, what do you feel that I'm not doing, or, you know, what do you feel that I'm not doing that I should be doing to make this content more what you're saying? Because I feel like that's what this is. Like, study with me. Or should I just, do I have to specifically name it study with me? If that's what you mean. Like, I have to be more explicit about what this is. If that's what you're saying. Let's bring back some of our dark, a little bit of our dark blue here, and we're gonna tighten up this foot just a little bit more again. All right, so here we are. We made some improvements, and I definitely think that the toes stand out a bit more. You can definitely see the separation between toe and foot. And you know what? I still need to add a bit more. One thing that constantly happens is when you start to like show things, you also start to notice what needs to be adjusted. Here's a small adjustment that I need to make. That would give this just a little bit more form and shape. That can make all the difference. Just a couple little details can have a huge impact on the final product. All right. So 1 hour and 9 minutes of streaming, only 3 hours left to go. So here we go. Some touches that I did was doing better at defining the top of this toe, and working on some things with this middle toe right here, and then all of it just disappears into the back. So some stuff right there is actually, I don't have to add anything. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you shared some of your thoughts around that, Amir. It is nice to have somebody on your channel that can give you feedback, insight, comments on things. You know, maybe one day you will be my producer. Person who helps me to produce all of my content. And I just have to be on the live, and you'll be my co-producer. I don't know how old you are, or you're college, but so I can guess you're an adult, but I don't know, like, if you ever worked in film and TV, or what a producer does. But there you go. There's a job opportunity. You can produce YouTube stars. Hey, Ruben James. Hiya. What's going on? Ruben James has just tuned in, and we're actually about to start our next project, which is this other foot. So I'm actually going through half of this book. So the first half doesn't have these grids, which is the difference between the first half and the second half of this book. Is the first half doesn't have grids. So I'm doing all the works that are that have no grids. Because once I get into the grids, I'm not gonna create my own grid system or anything like that. But yes, so let's see. How do I what? Hey, Ruben, what's your favorite color? Or the first color that comes to mind, and I'll work with that color. If you're here, I don't know if you just popped in just to say hey. I guess some people do that. They just kind of like just jump in and say hey, and then they kind of disappear to the next thing that catches their eye. I mean, that totally makes sense because it's like our attention spans are only like 5 seconds nowadays. Red. Ooh, I just did one in red, but you know what? I will do another one in red. See, I just finished one in this red, but I can do another one in red. So let's do that. Let's do another one in red. Red is a wonderful, fantastic, and amazing color. So here we go. This isn't like a full-on painting or anything. I really am doing these exercises, but it's nice to get some color selection from the audience of Ruben James. All right, so we're gonna go with a red here, and this is just for the outline. We're gonna go red for the outline. And then, so basically what I do is I do these drawings with oil pastel. I go through these drawings and these studies with oil pastel rather than pencil, which is, I believe what they were designed for was like pencil and charcoal. And Madura Bees, hello, welcome. Yellow. All right, so we'll be using red and yellow. Red and yellow make orange, so that is a fantastic color. That is a fantastic color. So here we go. We're gonna go. We're gonna go like so. Working on going around here. What's up, Alo? Oh, hey, look at Amir. All these. We have this is an unofficial statement, but Amir, since Amir is here with all these wonderful new viewers, Amir, how do you like being a co-producer? It's a fun idea, right? The co-producer. So right now, what I'm doing is just doing these sketches. So not just regular sketches, but full on drawings, or rendered drawings with color of these drawings of feet right now. But it's all different subject matter in this book that we're working on. So feet, ears, yes, you spied a foot. That's exactly what that was. You got a good eye. That means I did a good job of making it look like a foot, right? So let's get another line right here. This line needs to end a little sooner, so we're going to go like so. Oh. Amir Khan, the producer. What is the biggest drawing I've done? So, the biggest drawing. Actually, I don't have it. I don't have the biggest drawing that I with me right now because it's actually I actually sold it. The biggest painting I've done, I just sold it. But I don't know. What's the biggest drawing I've done? The biggest drawing I've done. Hard to say. So I got this self-portrait. Let me show you my self-portrait. I'll be right back. A little show and tell real quick. I gotta take it off the wall. Hey. Okay. Ah. Okay. I was already there.
I was sleeping until almost 9.
All right. So this is my self-portrait here. And it's more interesting once you get up close and you move into the color and the texture as you move closer. But as we're far away, my hair was a little shorter then.
The cats. Why are they making such a mess?
There's even feet. Huh? Oh, I should have showed you a picture of Simba. Yesterday he was just sleeping in front of his litter box. It's kind of weird.
Probably because his towel.
So, as far as how much I sell my paintings for, I will say that the prices are confidential. They are, and it's pretty common in the art world for painting sale prices to be confidential, unless it's an auction, like a major auction. But you know what? Nobody really needs to know. So yeah, but that portrait took me like a week, like on and off. But yes, I cannot reveal the prices of paintings. They are negotiable. And I do have prices of certain paintings on my website, but the majority of works are going to stay confidential. So yeah. Yeah, we definitely sell, I mean, it all depends. Like, you know, I've sold drawings, just like quick drawings for much less than I'll sell a painting. And it all depends. It varies, right? Like, some people consider one thing expensive while someone else might not. Amir Khan, the producer. Yeah, so I actually have prints. Like, you get prints of my stuff for under $100. Like, I have them on Redbubble. Although I haven't done prints of all these drawings that I've just made recently. I've been a little bit slacking on that part of the business, the internet technology part. But
You're so gross.
yeah, she's talking about our cats. My girlfriend is talking about our cats that are gross. So here we go. I'm going to go and do this part of the foot. I want to say it's about the length of this, but a little longer. So we're going to go.
I don't know what
Yes, so you can check my marketplace. I have a Redbubble page, but I haven't really updated with my latest work, but that's okay. You get some of my previous work. And here we go. We're going to go with another, coming down with another foot right now. Let's see. So okay, so Alo Rose Hart, thank you so much for joining in on a conversation. Aryan, hello, you've been drawing for about 3 years. Awesome. So you're an artist as well. Very cool. So yeah, tell us. Do feel free to share the type of artwork you do. This is an open channel to anyone who wants to take advantage of this idea that there's not too many streamers out who I think have like a open channel that allows anybody to kind of like share their stuff. Sadly, you know, I think a lot of streamers don't like to allow other people, or they have like moderators that like Mr. Four Chords. Hey, welcome. Yes, so do feel free to share whatever it is that you work on. Four Chords, are you a musician? It sounds like a musician name there that you got. Chords. When I think of chords, I think music. But this is an open channel where anybody can share their ideas, their artwork, their creative ideas. And I aim to keep it that way so that we can hear about all the great things that people are creating around the world. So, what are we working on right now? I'm working on a foot. And let's see, so we're gonna have one toe just come like so, and then another toe just clicked on a stream because you like doing that if you see them. Cool. Well, that totally makes sense, right? Yeah. If you like to click on streams, that's awesome. So yes, I am a professional artist. I usually say like sometimes some months are more professional than others, and you know, if you're defining that by getting paid, yes, I do get paid as an artist, but both on and off like YouTube and commissions and things like that. So for a variety of reasons, I get paid as an artist. Yes, professionally. And also, when I'm not, even aside from visual art, I work in film and TV, and I would, my role is typically creative as well there. But today we are doing a 4-hour stream. I don't usually stream for this long, and interestingly enough, you know, what I find amusing is that usually I'll like start to kind of sign off just as people start to like jump in and say hello, and like random people start popping in. For whatever reason, I like start to get tired from all the talking that I do, and I decide to like sign off. But you know, I've set the goal today for 4 hours, and you know, can I share some advice if you should pursue art as a career? Well, here's the first question. what type of... It sounds like, I was going to ask you, do you really want to be an artist? Is that like your goal? Do you really, 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 really want to be an artist? That's the first question. Like, how bad do you want it on a scale of 1 to 500? Okay, you enjoy it. All right. Well, that's good. So let's just say that's enough, right? Whether you enjoy it, let's just say that is totally enough for you to want to pursue art as a career. You say you're 13, so it's really hard to give advice to a 13-year-old because there's so much that can change in the next 7 years before you hit 20 years old. You can, in just, I don't know where you live, but in just the next 5 years, you can meet the woman of your high school sweetheart and decide that you want to get married and that, you want to have kids and you just need a regular job so that you could support your kids, right? Like, so much can happen in the next 5 years. Let's first start with that because you're a younger viewer. And you're at such an age where, like, there's so many things that can interest you in the near future. But let's just assume now that that you have really thought this out, that you really thought out this idea that you want to become an artist, and it is truly something you feel like it is your calling, and that there's nothing better that you can imagine doing. Like, you don't want to be a vet that works with animals, or you don't want to be a movie star, or you don't want to be a rock star, or you don't want any of those things. Then should you pursue art? I would say definitely. But if you're stressing about what to pursue, let's just say that art itself can be stressful. So if you don't handle stress well, becoming an artist, unless you're already successful, you have, a lot of parental support, and you have a lot of, and you're in the right city, like you're in a city with a lot of artists that you can start to go meet, and you have a lot of art galleries so you can meet the art gallerists. Unless you're in that type of environment right now, it's going to be very difficult. And if you're stressing at 13 about what to pursue, I don't know if it's going to get easier. Like, I'm not trying to dissuade you from being an artist, but, if you can overcome these basic obstacles, right? If you can overcome the stuff that I'm telling you, these obstacles that aren't even like these like thoughts that you're going to have, yeah, I mean, you can go do whatever you want. So you do it as a hobby because so Amir does it as a hobby. And that's cool. Like, it's okay to have art as a hobby. Not everybody... Like, I consider art right now a professional hobby. Sometimes I make income from it. Sometimes I make a lot less. I mean, I'm talking visual art. But, like, altogether, I'm also an artist because I create content. I work in film and TV. I, do this visual art. So altogether, I am an artist. But, I think some months it's more of a hobby because I don't make as much on it as other months. So, it all depends. But, so you live in India? Okay, well, here's the question. I live in America, and the real question is, how do you feel about your prospects in India as an artist? So, am I really honestly successful? I don't know, you tell me. You got to be the one to judge there, because I could tell you a lot of stuff, but I don't think it would be helpful. I think I'm a successful artist. I've been on movies, films, TV. I've sold quite a few paintings and things like that. So, You know, it's really how you perceive it all to be. All right, so somebody earlier, I forgot who it was. Somebody earlier said that their favorite color was red. I don't know who it was. Was it Madura? Oh yeah, or no, it was Ruben James. So I'm gonna go ahead and continue using reds and yellows. But let's do something a little different. Actually, you know what? No, let's go with a dark red again. We're gonna do our dark red again. I should probably go with this brown. It's a brown, but it's a red. Oof. Madura. I don't know. That's not a question that I go ahead and answer here. Got a lot of personal questions. Very nosy into people's business, huh? But anyway, I do appreciate those questions. I don't see how they really contribute to a lot of other people's contribute to the value of this channel. But hey, this is open. You can keep asking all those questions. I may not answer them, but go ahead. Continue. And as we go on, so here we go. Working through the design of this overall foot here. And we're gonna go around here. And we're gonna go, let's see, this foot needs a bit of a curve. So actually we can probably keep this angle right here. And come down like so. And then we're gonna bring another shape, and we're gonna bring this hey, you're new here. Funny traffic Kurla. Can I tell you what I do? So I am a YouTube streamer and an artist and an actor in Los Angeles. And right now what we're working on is going through these pieces here, going through these studies and making them with oil pastel drawings. So you want to know because you want to pursue art. I mean, that's great, but you know, what I do isn't really going to be relevant to the next 50 years of your life. What I do will be a totally different experience. First of all, I live in America, and I imagine that living in India, your experience is going to be totally different than my experience in every possible way. Maybe not every possible way, but in many possible ways. And with those differences in experience, it's really going to shape the type of art that you make. It will shape the opportunities in your life, the stories, the ideas that inspire you or motivate you. So there's going to be so many differences that my income is going to have no relevance to how you do or do not pursue art. And here we go. So well, there we go. You're starting to open up now, Madura. And by the way, you said that you were 13, so you don't have to share any personal information here, right? Like you deserve your privacy and because of your age, you shouldn't. I mean, I don't even know if like you probably need parents' permission to be here, but yeah. So you got parental support. That's fantastic. That's the first major step. There are people trying to make it. Just imagine trying to do something without any parental support whatsoever. So that's a powerful thing that you have going on right now. And that's great. All right, thank you. Okay, so we will have to remember that. I'm just going to call you A. Aryan. Okay. So welcome, Aryan. Let's give Aryan a round of applause for thinking of his making going on the internet to consider career choices. That's powerful. That's really good. I'm not a big fan of the personal questions and everything, but because that doesn't really help anybody. However, I do applaud the idea that at such a young age you're going on the internet to find answers that maybe you're not getting, that you don't have resources to or people to help answer in real life. And that's a good thing. That's a very positive and powerful thing. So that's amazing. I think that's a really good idea. And you know what? I think it definitely can help you improve your chances of becoming successful at anything you do. So here's the question, at 13 years old, knowing that you could pretty much become successful at anything you choose to do from this age on until you turn 18 or whatever, if you dedicate all your time and effort into that single activity, whether it be art, maybe it's starting a lemonade stand, maybe it's selling newspapers, selling cars, maybe you're really into cars, or maybe you're really into movies. If you dedicated the next 5 years under your parents' roof and their pocketbook to anything, what would it be? Would it be art? That's the question you got to ask yourself. Maybe it's video games. I don't know. So that's the question here, because I think any kid, or most kids, who whatever they really spend their time doing, whatever they dedicate their time to in their young age, they can become very, very successful at. Because there's no other time for a very young person or for an adult to, just start to pick up new hobbies and try new careers. I mean, it's possible. I've done it, but it's not easy. And you really have to have a very specific type of personality to be able to try new things as you get, out of school, out of college, or whatever. So you really have to have a certain type of personality. But I think that really shows. Oh yeah, hey Alo, that's a great question. Thank you. I didn't even really think about that. So my plans for my life at 13, what was I doing? I think I was riding my bike around the neighborhood, not thinking about plans. So that's another idea for you, Aryan. Is this idea that you're thinking of these plans is sets you apart from so many other 13-year-olds. If you're 13, don't think about plans. Go play and do well in school. Stay in school. And be nice to people. And do the things that you enjoy. And go live life like a 13-year-old. Yeah, although I really appreciate you sharing that because that really made me think. Like, I'm trying to answer all of these questions from like an adult perspective, but when I really think back to being a kid, those were definitely not things that I was really thinking about. You know what? At 13, I was watching Bob Ross. Actually, I would watch Bob Ross, but I didn't have a paint kit, so I don't really know what I was watching for because I couldn't paint. I didn't have a painting set as a kid. And I would just watch Bob Ross. I think I tried to draw Bob Ross when he would like paint or something. I don't know, something like that. Can't remember exactly. So Dinkan Nair, Aryan asks, how much time have I been drawing as my hobby? So I started seriously drawing, like, I wouldn't consider hobby drawing. Hobby drawing is sitting around just like, sitting around at school doodling in a notebook. But I don't consider that serious drawing, but I would say I started drawing seriously for the purpose of professional work about 4 or 5 years ago. But I started hobby drawing as a kid, although I never took it too seriously. So how do I compare India and USA with art? So Dinkan, was that a question for me, Dinkan, or is that a question for Aryan? And you were listening to music, doing homework, practicing for sports and cheer, and hanging with friends and eating lots of good food. Those were the good times. Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing. Listening to music, actually, I didn't do much homework. But let's see. So practicing for sports. Yeah, I didn't get into sports till I was like 15. So yeah, everyone's got, different experiences and we can it's hard to really give advice as an adult to a 13-year-old. But you know what? It's great that you are doing the work to figure it all out. And taking the time and the effort to know these things, I think is could be very helpful for anybody at any age, really. Like, I think that there's still a lot of adults who could spend more time thinking about their life and thinking about their choices and coming up with solutions to problems that they may or may not have. So let's see. Am I live streaming tomorrow? Possibly. Yes, possibly. I don't live stream every day. I try to get on as much as I can, but sometimes I just not necessarily able to find the time. But since it seems like their interest, maybe I will. Maybe I might just live stream tomorrow. Just because you're asking, it makes me feel motivated. So, another reason, thank you for being here. Amir Khan says, watch Bob Ross and enjoy life. Totally, yeah. Watch Bob Ross, enjoy your life at 13. I guess, I don't know, do they have Bob Ross in India? Am I using a red crayon? No, this is actually a brown. It looks red. It's a very dark reddish brown, like a clay red or clay brown. This is an oil pastel, Paul Rubens oil pastel. And right now I'm just adding the initial sketch layer of everything here. sketch layer and an initial base design, and we're gonna go into this and add some better color and shade to it in a few, but for now just working and creating the shapes of these toes. Was art one of my favorite classes? So Emmy is here. All right, Aryan, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. I hope that you leave away with this with something positive. So with that, Emmy said, "Hi, how you doing? You saw me yesterday too. Keep up the good work." Thank you so much, Emmy. Welcome. And let's go like this. So we're gonna come down with some of this color here. And we will share a little bit of progress here in just a moment. But before we do, I have a couple parts that I need to edit here. Before we do that. Oh my goodness, this is, the angle of this corner is just way too sharp here. So we are about to share a little bit of an update here in a few moments. But before we do, I want to... I'm just adding a bit of shading around to just add a bit of texture. Once we get into the rest of this. And here we go. And I have yeah, all right. I guess we are. I guess I just have to stream for more than a couple of hours. More than a couple hours. Sometimes I see, Amir. So yeah, we're definitely active. Yeah, this is great. Now, if the channel gets big enough, and you know what, will become a hit in a variety of countries, we'll go big, Amir. Let's make it happen. So we will go big. All right, so Allo says, do I read books, and which book out of all of what I've read would I recommend? Yeah, hey Allo, great question. So one book that I would recommend is Awaken the Giant Within by Tony Robbins. It's actually a personal growth book, a self-help book, whatever you want to call the subject matter. But if I had to recommend just one book to anybody, it would definitely be that book. It's a very good book. I think it's been translated into like a lot of different languages. But here we go. Let's share an update, shall we? It's been a minute. Here's a little update on our foot that we're starting to improve. Now you can see I've use a lot of the shadows to really darken some of the space. And you know, we have the opportunity to create edges, and I'm using some of this to create effects. And just little by little, I'm building into it. We started with the red color based on a suggestion from another viewer. Blends in so well. Yeah. Try to stay active with this chat. That's fine. The more people I have, the more energized I feel. But anyway, yeah, so right now we're working with this foot. And let's go ahead and keep pushing at it, shall we? So there are some things I can already see that I need to fix, but that should be fairly easy to adjust. Now let's go with a slightly brighter red. I wonder if this color, yeah, okay, so that's a bit of a brighter red, and we're gonna go into our drawing here, and use this red to soften some of the edges here. And here we go. Can I say it again? Oh, so Allo, the name of the book is Awaken the Giant Within by Tony Robbins. Highly recommend that book. Amazing book. It's a really fantastic read. And if there's any, like, it's a great read. Now, you know, maybe not everybody will feel the same way about his material, because not every form of motivation appeals to everybody, but I would definitely say it has been a very helpful book for myself, and it's definitely a very helpful book. And it can change your life for the positive. It can change your life for the good, for the best, for the good. And here we go. So I'm using a different color here as I start to blend in and start to create some color variation for the shading, or a differentiation of color. And when you use the different colors, you can start to create like a gradation here. You can start to create these like gradients of color, where, you know, the darkest parts really start to help you create shade, and then the lightest parts help you to create the contrast that you may or may not need. So here we go. All right. Amir Khan, the goat of art. Thank you. You're new here. That's so cool. All right. So real quick, here's a quick update. We have our second layer of just like softer colors so far, or not a softer color, like a lower value color. So we start with like the dark to create like the fine shadows, and I'm using like a light color, a lighter version of this red, to just kind of create the lighter shadows. And then now we're just going to go in with like a, let's see, what kind of red do I want to use? I used a really bright red on the last one, but I don't know if I want to do that again on this one. I wonder if it's possible. Let's see, what color is this? This is a, oh, vermilion is so bright. and stand out. Got this one's red. I'm gonna use vermilion. Trying to find the right shade here. Let's just go with the red. Just a regular red. Oh, it's so bright. It is so bright. What about this? No, let's just go with vermilion. So here we go. Once I get this shading done, we'll really start to kick up a lot of the details. And yeah, Emmy, so welcome. Glad you found this interesting. And definitely, if y'all have any questions, feel free to tune in and share ideas, share your thoughts. Alo was saying earlier that Alo did all sorts of different things. Oh yeah. Alo asked another question. Was art my favorite class when I was in school? Interestingly enough, I liked art class because of the people that were in it. I really liked my art class classmates, but I wouldn't say that art class was necessarily my favorite class. Because I always felt like teachers had like assignments, and I just, whatever reason, I had a difficult time keeping up with like art assignments in an art class setting. Like, for whatever reason, I just always felt like I was lost in an art class. I don't know why. I can't really explain it. Because it's probably one of the easiest classes, they kind of just show you what to do, and then, they give you an assignment, and you just kind of work on it. Like, I don't really remember my art classes too much as other than just having fun with the classmates that were in it. Like, I have a few assignments that I remember, but that's really it. I don't remember too much more outside of that. And right now we're using oil pastel to go around this foot. What got me into art? What got me into art? It's a good question. I would say that, I think it's like one of those things you just kind of like feel a drive for. And when I was a kid, I would draw a lot in school. But I didn't really get into it like serious study until I was an adult. And I think, what got me in was just, curiosity. Curiosity of what I could do or create, having lots of ideas and wanting to pursue them. Yeah, it's a little bit of a harder question for me to answer because, what really got me into art? Hard to say, just kind of things that you kind of just do over time, right? Like, like things that motivated me as a kid aren't the same things that motivate me today, right? The things that, you know, what was once like an idea that I really wasn't sure about suddenly starts to become like a reality. So it's really hard to say, like these things unfold in a variety of ways. But here we go. This is phase 4 or phase 3 of the foot. Phase 1 was just working with the overall sketch. You know, I'm just looking at these feet and just going copying a line for line. You know, not too difficult. I think part of what I like to share on my stream is that a lot of the stuff I do is totally doable by almost anybody who puts in the time. You know, I want to have like that inspiring message. But anyway, going into this, you know, we got our first initial sketch, and then we did the dark areas, dark shadows, and then we got into some of the mid shadows, and we just did the rest in red. And now what we can do is we can just go into it and tighten up all the things that we need to improve. But before we do that, let's actually bring in a color to surround this with. So I don't want to be too cliche and do red and green because they're contrasting. So I'm trying to think of a good color to use. Maybe I'll use like a split color here. Red. So if we was to do the opposite, green, yellow, and blue. So we're going to go with like yellows and blues. So this is a color combination that I don't remember the name of it, but basically, most of you probably know the color wheel. The opposite color of red is green, and red and green typically go together. But what you can do is if you want the opposite of red, which is green, you can do the two colors that are on each side. And I know this is not the best way to explain it. I actually have a color wheel. Let me just show this on the color wheel to show some color theory while we're at it. Let me see if I can find it first. So I'll be right back. Alright, well sadly I cannot find my color wheel. So just imagine a color wheel, and you just have to take my word on this, that like the opposite color of we just use two colors as an example. The opposite color of red is green. So I want to put this somewhere where you can see it, that the colors are red and green. So when you put these two together, when you put them side by side, they create like a color that's like pleasing. Now, there's another way you can do it, is if you take the color red, and those are called complementary colors. Now, the other is if you take the color red and you say, oh, okay, the opposite is color is green. I don't want to just do green. I want to do what's on each side of green, which is yellow and blue. So that's what I'm doing for these colors, just in case anyone's wondering. I don't remember the exact name of this color scheme. I think it's like tertiary or like secondary, tertiary something. So do I happen to be Japanese? No, I am Chinese. When I did 23andMe, I thought that I might get some Japanese, but no. I am Chinese, born and genetically and all that. So we're going to mix our greens and blues here as we go around and create, as we shape out our foot. And ultimately, it will have some spaces, some areas that are going to be green. It just has to. So you broke your foot, you're in the ER. Gymnast Lily, welcome. Well, if anyone is wondering, you can find that sketchbook on the Internet Archive. Yes, Amir, thank you for sharing that. So this book is the Ultimate Bargue Drawing Collection, and there, you can find. So this book is actually based on an original book that you can find on the Internet Archive called Cours de Dessin. So that's a French word. But this is based on that, and this is what we're going through. So Course for Drawing is like made in 1850, so it's actually in the Creative Commons. But yeah, Gymnast 135. So what exactly is 135? I don't get it. Can you fill us in? Is that like a score or a ranking or something? What is the significance of 135 for a gymnast? I feel like there's like some insider info here that us non-gymnasts don't understand. You gotta fill us in with this secret lingo and symbolism. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought Emmy was saying 135. Damn, that's good. As if like that's some type of score. Like 135 is like a score. Like, if you get a score in golf or something, people will be like, "Oh, wow, you're good." So yeah, tell us what happened, gymnast. Since you're in the ER, you're bored. You're probably bored, waiting for a doctor to finally come help you. You're probably in a waiting room for far too long. And now you're finally there, but, nobody's there to help you, or you're waiting for somebody. So, do tell us. Tell us a story. You just put random numbers. That's cool. All right, that's fine. Random numbers are good. Said you're like, did you get in a fight? Did you fall out of a tree? You know what's funny is you don't have to tell anybody how it actually happened. It's the internet. You can basically make up any story, and I would probably pretend to believe you, as crazy as it is. If you came up with a crazy story, I would just pretend to believe you and be like, "Oh, that's cool." But depending on how crazy it is, I may or may not. How outrageous of a story. But who isn't interested in an interesting story? Right? Even if it's a fable. Like, who here would be upset if Gymnast Lily told it a fake story? I wouldn't. I wouldn't even know the difference. Alright, so you were on a beam and you fell and cracked your growth plate and bone. What the heck? What the crazy, bizarre accident is that? So you cracked your growth bone. Wow. They don't even sound like, no, it's cool. I believe you. I'll believe you. So, cracked your growth bone and plate. Cracked your growth bone and plate. Wow. So, you're in the ER now? Are you scared? Are you okay? How are you doing? go. So we need to go deeper into these spaces here. And you're laughing. Let's see, everyone guess. What's my favorite color? My favorite color, yeah, my favorite color is blue. Good guess. That is definitely my favorite color. But for painting, I really like using the color black. Good guess. So we will be streaming. The plan is to stream for another hour and 48 minutes here. So I'll be here until then. But as we do, I'll continue to share some updates on the stuff that I'm working on. So this is the foot now. We've added the foot, but we added a background. We've added an area, a space around the foot. And right now what I got to do is I got to go in and fill in all this white space here. That's like creating this distracting effect. Your favorite color is also blue. Hey, Amir, look at us. We're like two peas in a pod. Isn't that great? So here we go. Trying to think of what color I want to fill in this white space with. I don't necessarily want it to be too dark, but I also don't want it to be too bright because a lot of those areas are like shadow areas. So I need to find a color that's a good combination of both that can do the job of being a light color but also a dark color. If that doesn't really make sense, but it's making sense in my head as I'm trying to figure it out. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go with like a light pink. Let's go with a light pink here. Because the light pink, what I'm thinking is it can carve away and create a little bit of dimension, but at the same time it's not going to overpower anything. And it's still going to help to keep some of the shadows. So in the spaces that it does fill up, it's going to appear light. And in the spaces that let's see. All right, I think we're getting somewhere here. Excuse me as I get distracted on this. So let's see. Hey, favorite color blue. Coach called your mom. Told your mom that you're fine. You broke a growth plate and some bones, and you're saying you're fine? That's pretty wild. That's amazing. Is there a unique Turkish color? What's the name of the oh, is that All right, cool. That's a joke, right? Yeah, that's awesome. Good joke. Turkish turquoise. That's hilarious. Very funny. Amir, I think that's the first joke that I can remember you sharing with me. There we go. So I'm using a pink to fill in some of the spaces. And I'm thinking that the pink will help to solidify this piece. Okay. Let's share some progress real quick. Now here we've gotten... Oh, so turquoise is... I thought you were saying that as a joke, like turquoise, Turkish. But that's... Okay, so either way. Yeah, there's some more people in the live right now. Alo, thank you. Yeah, I love the color turquoise. It's a wonderful color. It's a wonderful stone. Yeah, I mean, it was my favorite color is blue. Anybody that said blue or any form of blue is pretty much correct. So everyone was like, "Are you okay?" And you were like, "Yeah." Why are you asking? They were saying you're so tough. Yeah, you broke a growth plate and a bone, of course, and you were laughing. That's pretty tough. So anyway, this is some progress on this foot. I've cleared up some of the dark or the white space areas that have too much like white shining through. So we're gonna go ahead and tighten this up a little bit more. There's still some details that need to be improved, but overall this is pretty much what we're working with. And let's do that. So what I need to do is to darken some of the darker areas. So we're going to go in with a blue, actually. We're going to add a little bit of our blue. And use our blue to add in some dark shadows here. And here we go. So this is really going to help to solidify some of the details that we've created. And let's see. It's become a tarot card reader. Oh, hey Alo, let me finish this and then we're gonna do something fun. We're gonna do some art tarot cards here. Actually, let me go grab them to show you so we can actually see. Here we go. We're gonna do something exciting here in a few moments. I'm going to take a small break from drawing, and we're going to go into let's take a small break from drawing here in a few moments. Let's see, so we're going to go like this. I'm not sure how I feel about adding this blue into our sketch, but we will see here in a moment or so. Because it definitely helps to add dimension, but I don't know if it necessarily... This is necessary. Here, let me just show this real quick. So we got this. Art oracles. So for those of you that are here in about 5 to 10 minutes, we're gonna do some. I'm gonna help y'all pull some cards. So these don't actually identify as tarot cards. They're creative and life inspiration from the great artists. They're cards. So I had somebody. So I did this live the other day actually, and somebody came in. The first person to come in, and they said, "Stop with that. Stop with that demonic activity." Now, you know, whatever your beliefs are, I do not believe that this is necessarily a demonic activity. I think it's pretty harmless. But the first person that came into that room said that, and I just thought it was interesting. And now, you know, there's a lot of wonderful people in here that we can share these cards with. So let me finish up this foot. or at least add some details here. And yeah, I was doing it live. I was pulling the cards live. And at that time, there wasn't even anybody wasn't anybody there to pull for. So I'm really glad everybody is here, and we're gonna be able to do this together. So almost done here. A couple little areas to fill up. And we're gonna leave it at this because actually, all right, a little bit more. I just when I pick this up, I see like this detail that I need to adjust here. All right, I think we're good for now. I'm happy with this foot study. So here we go, a little bit of a foot study. I just added in some tighter details, left some parts of it lighter, and we just got this fun little foot and ankle here. I probably pushed this part in a little bit too far, but let's do some live foot sketch. Watch that one new movie that's gonna come out in theaters. What do you guys think? Is he a night owl or an early bird, or your next favorite number 1 through 10 gets right, destined to become a tarot card reader? All right, let's do something interactive, everybody. Let me wash my hands real quick. Get all this off my hands. Okay, so let's do this. Thank you, Emmy, for comment about my sketch. Yeah, real quick for anybody else tuning in right now, this is just it real quick. We've done the whole process, and yeah, I'm good with it. But with that, I'll leave this open actually. So let's do some art oracles, shall we? Let's turn this around. Here, let me maybe take this off. Put this somewhere. I'm gonna take a little break from artwork itself, and let's do some art tarot cards. And I'm gonna help y'all pull these. So, hold on one second. I got a lot of text right now to answer that I haven't been answering. View, reminder, etc., etc. Okay. Art gallery, no cap. Okay, cool. What does no cap mean? I hear that all the time, but I don't really. I mean, I get it. I get what you're saying. Like, I'm understanding what it means, but it's like I don't really know what it means. So anyway, how can I make this fit? It's got to be like right here. Yeah, okay, like right there. All right, so we've got art oracles, everybody. We've got art oracles, creative and life inspiration from the great artists. If I scroll up, so people are guessing what, if I'm a night owl or an early bird. Definitely not a night owl. You can definitely tell by my streams that my streams are much more lively during the day. I don't have a favorite number. But here, let's do this. So we got some art oracles here. And we'll let, who wants to go first? We have enough, we don't have so many people in this room that we can all do it. So who wants to go first? Yeah, alright, so Amir Khan is going to go first. So Amir, you just tell me when to... Oh, wait, oops. I mixed these up. Oh, shoot. Alright, so let's go like this. Alright, Amir, you got to tell me when to stop shuffling. So we'll start with that. I don't know how to actually read tarot, so I'm just going to do it my own way. Amir Khan's going to go first. Tell me when to stop shuffling. Obviously, don't wait, 20 minutes, but... tell me when to stop shuffling. I'll basically be the person to be your hands for you. And then, yeah, whenever you're ready to stop shuffling, let me know. Okay, so stop. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say also this. Do you want this half or this half? This half or this half? We'll call this half the top half. This half the bottom half. So you want the top half or the bottom half? Top or bottom? Top or bottom? Top or bottom? And then we're going to pull a card out. Which one? Top or bottom? Amir. Top or bottom? Top. Okay, cool. So we're in the top. So I'm going to go ahead and grab. Gonna just go through this and then you tell me where you want me to grab and I'll try to figure out. Yeah, cool. So let's keep going through this and you tell me which card you want me to pull. If you want to guide my hand here. You got all these cards. We're going to pick a card out of here. Just tell me which one you want. You got to tell my hand. Just tell me what to do to pull, the 4th one, the 10th one, 20th one, or, move my hand around. Grab? What do you mean? You gotta tell me. Tell me which card you want. So as we wait, suspensefully await Amir to let us know which card he wants. Alright. Okay, so 11. So this is number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11th. So you want the 11th card. The 11th card is... Your art oracle for the day, my friend, is Leonardo da Vinci. Wow. Look at that. What an art oracle. So what does it say? Let's see what this says about Leonardo da Vinci. It says, I'm not a Renaissance man. I'm a Renaissance man. And that is his life wisdom. For work wisdom, it says, dissect what makes us human. And then... So these go by life wisdom, work wisdom, inspiration. And then the third one is look into research like you would a crystal ball. So that's pretty cool. So those are the 3. So obviously somebody made these up, right? Somebody created these cards and wrote their thing. But that's kind of cool. You got Leonardo da Vinci as your art oracle for the day. So if you want to go find some inspiration or do something... Maybe be like Leonardo da Vinci. So look into research like you would a crystal ball. All these might mean something different to everybody, but this is specifically for Amir. So I'm going to actually leave this right here. Let me see. Let's look up what this actually says about Leonardo da Vinci. So Leonardo da Vinci epitomized the Renaissance man, or in modern parlance, the overproductive, possible cokehead, excuse the content here, with his crazy achievements in science, anatomy, architecture, engineering, invention, sculpture, drawing, painting, and more. Da Vinci is today known by every cargo pants wearing dad bod lining up to see the Mona Lisa or the Last Supper. Da Vinci's interests include human and animal dissection and analyzing human proportion. Said to be centuries ahead of his time, he left behind notebooks of forward-looking research, including alpha studies of helicopters and tanks and near-perfect anatomical drawings, give or take a reproductive detail. All right. Cool. Yes, Frida Kahlo is on the back of this box. So Frida Kahlo is on the back. I mean, there's 50 total artists in here that could potentially be your art oracle. Van Gogh, Jean-Michel Basquiat. I think I don't recognize these others exactly off the top of my head. But hey, who's next? All right, so who said they were next? Was it Emmy or Alo? I can't remember. Who's next? I can't remember who said they were next. Okay, Emmy. So Emmy, you're next. Same thing. Hold on, I'm trying not to lose all these cards here. So let's go like this. How do I want to do this? Yeah, hey, no worries, Amir. No worries. All right. So we're doing another art oracle right now. Let's pop this. Leave this right here. All right, so what you got to do, obviously, same thing, Emmy, with what we just did with the mirror. Just tell me when to stop shuffling. Obviously, you don't want to, wait all day, but just, I'll do these like rough shuffles, and you just tell me when you want me to stop, and I'll shuffle in a variety of different ways just to get a nice, nice good shuffle going. Okay, stop. So here we go. Now I'm gonna cut this deck into 3. Okay, so I'm gonna put 1 down, 2 down, and then this will be number 3. So do you want 1, 2, or 3? 1, 2, or 3? What's speaking to you right now? 1. This is the first one. This is 2. That you can't see right now, or 3. Oh yeah, so 1, 2. Okay, so number 2, this one, correct? Yes, I'm just gonna assume that's correct. So, all right, now you just tell me, either there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 cards here. So let me know, if you want me to just keep shuffling them. I'll keep shuffling them until you give me a number or whatever. Once you give me a number, I'll stop shuffling and take that card. We're really randomizing this. Making it, Okay, so you're going to take number 14. All right, let's see, number 14 at the bottom here. Ah, Jackson Pollock, that's a great one, huh? That's a pretty solid one. I hope you all know who Jackson Pollock is. But it is a P word. So Poseidon, Picasso, Pollock. I mean, they're all in the same realm there. Very close. So Jackson Pollock, what does this say? Meaning doesn't come with titles. That's the life advice. So you don't have to add titles to meaning. The work advice is, if fame finds you, keep working in spite of it. That's a pretty funny one. And chaos is handmade. Wow, that's great. Chaos is handmade. I like that. So everybody here knows who Jackson Pollock is, right? Oh, you never heard of it? My goodness. All right, well, he's worth looking up. You would probably recognize his drawings. He is one of the greatest artists who lived in the past 60 years. No, obviously all of these artists are very good. But let me look up Jackson Pollock, and we can decide for ourselves how we feel about him. I want to see what the bio says about Jackson Pollock. So 1912 to 1956. Actually, it's past 80 years. Yeah, so I thought he was probably alive. I would have guessed he was alive in the 70s or 80s, but I guess not. So Jackson action painter Pollock danced around his canvases, dripping paint from brushes, pouring it from cans, but much as he hit the canvas, so he hit the bottle. Early on, Pollock's wife, artist Lee Krasner, and his benefactor Peggy Guggenheim aided his sobriety and successes. When Life magazine called him the best living U.S. painter in 1949, Pollock couldn't take a compliment. Beleaguered by both haters and self-hatred, he abandoned his drip method, went black and white, stopped titling his works, and numbered them instead. With Krasner out of town, Pollock drove drunk right into a tree, seriously injuring his girlfriend and killing himself and his girlfriend's friend. It's a horribly tragic story, but he is a great artist nonetheless. But really, really wonderful artist, worth looking up. I mean, you know, his story is pretty phenomenal, Jackson Pollock. Again, totally tragic. I would not take, you know, his tragedy a sign of anything. More so, you know, some of the things that you can learn from the work that he's done, right? So I do wish you the best. And again, I'm not a tarot card reader, so you know, this is more so just for fun. All right. So who is up? Who is the next receiver of an Art Oracle? Some Art Oracle inspiration for the day. I really like Jackson Pollock because he really changed the art world forever. If it wasn't for Jackson Pollock, you know, we would probably, everything would be totally figurative. You know, people would not be making as creative of work as today, that I think. All right, so Aldo. Now, same, actually, let's see, maybe I'm going to do a different thing here. Actually, no, let's just stick with the shuffling. I was going to try a different type of shuffling, but I don't want to get too crazy because I'm going to lose the cards. All right, so whenever you're ready, Aldo, you take your time, but obviously not all day. Let me know when you would like for me to stop shuffling. So here we go. Just gonna keep shuffling. Taking some cards, sticking in the front, some cards sticking in the back, and here we go. So Aldo, yeah, I'm shuffling for you, Aldo. Whenever you are ready, we're shuffling for you. So this shuffle session is for you. And yeah, no, the card definitely really okay, so you said stop, so this is the last shuffle. And we're gonna go, you know what, we're gonna cut the deck from the center. So pull out a part from the center here, and then we're gonna separate this into two decks right now. And which deck do you want? Do you want one or two? One or two? One or two? I don't know if this is backwards, 1 and 2, based on the screen, but 1 or 2? 2. 2 is speaking to you. Okay, cool. So let's see what 2 comes up with. So I've got about half a deck. I don't really want to count all the cards, but give me a number 1 through however much you estimate this deck to be. Looks like a good amount of cards. I think it's less than 25, this number, so feel free to share a number, or you can tell me which one to grab, or however you want to do this. Help guide my hands to the card that determines your oracle. So you want to go 8? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So this is the 8 cards. Let's just, okay, You know, I was going to say let's do one more, but since 8 is your favorite number and that's why you picked it, we're going to stick with this. And let's go right here. So when everybody's ready, we're going to reveal... This is Charles and Ray Eames. So I'm actually unfamiliar with these artists, but let's learn about them. So their art name is Design Your Days, Don't Plan Them. I love that idea. Design your days, don't plan them. Aspire to profound practicality. Very powerful. It's like, you know, keeping things simple but making it profound. I mean, adding meaning. I mean, anybody can interpret however they like, but I'm just sharing my thoughts around this because it's the first time I'm reading these. And be unbending in your flexibility. All right. I have to look up these artists, but let's go ahead and look in this book to see what it has to say as far as their biography. So they were artists from 1907 until 1988. They outlived Jackson Pollock. And Charles and Ray were the power couple of mid-century architecture, furniture, and industrial design. In the 1940s, they put experimentation toward the war effort, supplying soldiers with groundbreaking items such as molded plywood leg splints. They later applied such new technology toward their now legendary furniture. The Eames were joy pushers, emphasizing the importance of play and color in otherwise serious modern design. Their experimental, very lived-in home and studio, now a California landmark. It's a California landmark, which means I gotta go look them up. I gotta go find their homes. Embodied their ethos of pleasure with a purpose. All right, that sounds kind of cool. I mean, it's funny because their image is kind of like practical, but it sounds like they live an exciting life. So I'm gonna look them up. Let's see what we can pull up, and I'll actually share on this video if no one else has any. If, you know, just assuming that not everyone's going to look. So we're looking up Charles and Ray Eames. Charles and Ray Eames. All right. Charles and Ray Eames art. So they made furniture. Okay, this is kind of cool. They came up with these interesting designs for furniture. Oh yeah, look at that. Very abstract, wonderful pieces. Interesting furniture. Worth a look. Very, it makes me think of Bauhaus. Look at this. This is fun. They did like a abstract painting onto a chair. That's cute. That's a cute artwork. Actually, it doesn't say if it's actually theirs or if somebody else put that on there, but yeah, I think they're a great oracle. There it is, Charles and Ray Eames. So Charles and Ray, E-A-M-E-S. You were a chair in a past life. Is that how you're interpreting this this to mean, that you were a chair in a past life? That's hilarious. Serious Panda. All right. Well, I don't think anybody else is here. If anybody else is here that would like to do a poll, feel free to share, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube or Facebook. But we're going to put these away and get back to making some art. I don't really have any more ideas of like random stuff like this that I can do. But that was fun. You can get these on Amazon, by the way. So, you know, if you decide that you want to, this is a fun thing for you and you want to do this in real life with your friends, you get them on Amazon. They're just called Art Oracle cards. Yeah, you're welcome. Hope that it was beneficial to you. Hope that you found inspiration and ideas that can guide something that you would like in your life. So with that, let me go ahead and put this away since we're done. I need a sip of water too. So that was fun. All right. Hope you all had a good time. Yeah, and you come back on another day, and if you want another look into these, definitely feel free to let me know. You know, I do it like, at one point I was like doing one of those every time before I to come up with an idea for painting. I would just do them before I started working on my art, just to get an idea. Excuse me. I think I made every sound that a throat can possibly make just now. Yawn, a burp, a hiccup. But anyway, let's get back to artwork, shall we? Here we go. Oh, we're gonna throw this book back on. You have to study for biology for an exam. All right, well, Emmy, that's fantastic. I hope you do great on that bio exam. You take care. See you at another time. Hope you do great on it. And we are now back to some work here, some artwork. And we're going to be going for about, those of you just tuning in, I see some viewers on Twitch and Facebook. Hello, welcome. Good to see you. Oh, wait, is my battery running low? Why is the screen like, why am I having issues with the screen filters? Anyway. Alright. Does my screen look darker? I don't know. But anyways, we got Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, wherever you're tuning in from. We're going to get back to these drawings. We're going to master classical drawing skills. That's what this book is for, is mastering classic drawing skills. And I would say that's fine. No matter what, I have a hard time drawing things. I constantly magnify like almost everything. Take care, Emmy. So I'm constantly magnifying anything. Like when I first did this, I kind of thought that the foot was about the same size, but it clearly is not. This foot is clearly bigger. This foot is clearly bigger. My eye definitely distorts things. But you know what? I'm actually happy with this foot, how this has come out. So let's go on to our next one here. And let's do this next one. We're going to work on it sideways. Let's see, does this fit sideways? Yes, it does. But I might just use the whole page for this. Or I don't want to do this. All right. So Amir, there's some ideas. You know, we could start a for a show idea. Mr. Current Producer. So if anybody needs a good YouTube show producer, hit up Amir. There you go, Amir. There's a shout out for you, my friend. All right, now let's do this. What are we gonna go? We're gonna work. All right, so here we go. What's a good color? What color shall I use? I will use green. Used red. So let's go with a green. I'm gonna use a green on this side. This one. I'm gonna use a middle green. Yes, that's right. Amir does not come cheap. All right, so here we go. Let's start with the tippy top of our foot. and of our leg here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. And then we're going to come around and then go around. Okay. And what's up? A or ah? How would you, yeah, I guess we could just call that A or ah. So what's going on? We're just doing some drawings right now, just some sketches from this book. This was one that we finished earlier, so I'm working on the second one right now. These are studies pretty much, studies, drawings, paint, oil pastel paintings, you might be able to call them. And these are all coming from a book called, well, it's actually the Ultimate Bargue Drawing Collection, but these are actually, I think this book is actually a reprint of another famous art training book, art exercise, art learning book, whatever you want to call it. And let's go that. And yeah, so this is a ongoing YouTube streaming series where I actually spend the time to do all this. But more importantly, today's theme is the idea of art endurance, creative endurance, and more specifically for live streaming. So I find it so funny. There's some things that I could do for like hours on end. Like I could go hiking for like 3 hours, 4 hours. I can read a book for hours. I can watch TV for hours. I can sit on like YouTube for hours. But when it comes to sitting down to live stream and do art, sometimes like I stream for maybe an hour and I'm already tired. I'm already like, oh, I need a break, like a good break, not just like a, hey, let me walk away for a second and refresh my eyes break, but like a serious break. And I think one thing that is important to work on is creative endurance, especially when it comes to live streaming, because with live streaming you gotta do a lot of talking and entertaining. And with that, it's a whole different skill to build, and it becomes not just about art, but about the content. So that's part of what this stream is about, the specific theme of today's stream. Not my streams in general, but just the overall theme of why I'm streaming for 4 hours today. That's the goal. That's the stream goal. So that's what we're working with. And I'm glad that you're here for this. You just missed out on some of the fun where we were doing art oracle readings, where I pulled cards for people of art oracles. So maybe you'll be here for that next time. I hope you are. And with that said, let's go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and formulate this foot here. This foot is gonna come right around here. Oh, nope. That angles in. That foot definitely angles in. So it's going to angle in and then around. Probably do that as well. Not art necessarily, but work and stuff. You should probably do that as well. What do you mean? Like you should probably increase your endurance, your work endurance. Is that what you mean? Hey, Amir. Take care. Thanks for being here, producer friend, Mr. Producer. So Amir is my producer for this episode. He is helping me produce this episode. But yes, so yeah, art endurance. You're probably not gonna be on much. Got to prepare stuff for work, but maybe you'll be back tomorrow if I'm streaming and all that. Yeah, maybe I will. I also do like different creative projects, like making eye contact for half an hour. But ooh, waffles and fries later. Take care, Allo. Seems like everybody's tuning out, but that's cool. So yeah, no worries. Hey, if you gotta go, you gotta go. Yeah, sleeping, thinking about random stuff. Like, hey, I totally get that. Like, studying, things that are not studying and things like that. Totally. Right on. But it sounds like you got a busy day and you've taken the time to jump into this. Which is great. Great to have you here. And here we go. We'll go right now, just working on designing this foot as we start to establish more of the shapes and the forms better. So chill dude, yeah. Totally relaxed. Cleaning the house, avoiding. Hey, that's an interesting quality. So you're telling me that once you don't like to clean, but once you start, you can't stop. Is that what you're saying? That's Rizzler. What's going on, Rizzler? How you doing? Welcome. I can see that you are viewing from YouTube and not from Twitch or Facebook. And I do find it interesting. So I stream on both Twitch and Facebook. And, Facebook's all friends and people that I know in real life. But, most of the viewers I get are definitely from Facebook or YouTube. So what is going on? We got Rizzler and A. What, you can maintain your privacy. I just asked this to pretend like this is a radio show. But what's your name and where are you calling from? Obviously, I can call you Rizzler. But where you're calling from and what are you calling about? So sometimes it's like 4 a.m. You're supposed to finish some work. But then you start cleaning your whole house for no apparent reason and can't stop. Wow. And then you clean for hours until you have to go off to work, or what do you mean? Yeah, sometimes I get into artwork. And I can't stop doing artwork. Or sometimes I go to the gym and I can't stop being at the gym. Like you just don't want to leave because you're just like so into the momentum of everything. So I can somewhat relate. And let's go like this. I got this foot right now. It's about the same length as a heel, but a little bit longer than this heel. So we're going to go a little bit longer than the heel here, which will be about right here. And then we're going to go one more. For that foot. Nope, that needs to be a little bit wider. You wish you could draw, but you're pure shite at it. Welcome from Jackson, Alaska. Skip sleeping, need coffee, which you never take. Yeah, well, hey, this book, and I'm going to swear by it, I'm only on page 30, but, you know, there's a lot of doubles in here. So this book teaches you how to quickly master classical drawings. And, oh, actually, there's a free one. If you could download at this book, you can actually download this free one, arts.burstbooks.biz. I've never actually gone to this website, and I thought what this was saying is actually for this book, but it's not. They're trying to advertise their other book here. But I definitely swear by this book, The Ultimate Bargue Drawing Collection, because it's pretty simple. These are some of the drawings that I've been working on, and these aren't just drawings. I use oil pastel. I don't want to do them with like pen, but this is a piece that I just, you know, this is the part that I just finished. Let me share some of the other stuff. You know, it gradually takes you through the journey of the entire body. This was another foot we did previously. Another foot. Some other feet. But, you know, more than feet. You got ears. You got faces. You got a variety of faces in this book, and, you know, it gradually builds up into harder and more complex things, from like eyes and things like that. But the great thing about this book, I think most importantly for someone who wants to learn drawing, is it doesn't dive too much into the theory. Like, you know, you'll get a book, and, you know, everybody learns differently, right? But I've had a lot of books where, you know, the entire 3/4 of the page will be theory. You know, you got to read like 3/4 of the page before you can even get into the exercise, which I think is totally unnecessary. But this book is the total opposite. There's no theory. There's no like text or anything. It's kind of like it just throws you in a deep end and says, hey, draw these lines. Just copy these lines. But what I think is great about how this teaches is it goes, you know, anybody can do these. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. This is like just 20 lines. You know, these are very simple sketches that anybody can really get started on drawing with. And just start to build up the skill from there. The advanced methods and techniques. So this has gone like this, and I kind of made it straight, but it needs to be an angle. And we're going to have another foot that goes like this. This is almost parallel to that, so let's go. So I can already see I've messed up a bit because this foot is way too wide. So we're gonna bring this foot in a bit. There we go. And here, so we're gonna continue tightening this angle of here. Go with this angle right here. So you're new here, you're curious, why/how did I start streaming? So thank you for joining in and asking this question, why and how did I start streaming? So I actually started a YouTube channel before I really started streaming. I've built this YouTube channel over the course of about five years, maybe 6 years, maybe even longer. I don't know, because I think I made my first video. It's not on my channel now, but I probably made my first video for this YouTube channel like 2014 maybe. but I didn't really get serious into it until maybe the past 5 or 6 years. And then I decided, I've streamed before, but I didn't really get serious into art streaming until probably about 9 months ago, maybe last year, where I decided that I would do it for the purpose of making art. And why? There's a lot of reasons there, a lot to break down. But part of it is, some of my favorite artists that I see, Vincent Van Gogh. Who doesn't like him, right? But he's just a good example. There's a lot of really good documentation about him. There's a lot of good information about him, and I feel like in general, artists today especially, I mean, of course artists can do things however they want, but I think it's very nice when artists can share their work, not just live, but even just on video. And this is just me living up to my own expectation of not expectation, but my own belief or idea of how an artist can build a career, how artists can create for people. And I hope that answers your question. I don't know. Might be getting a little esoteric there. I could feel a bit of my energy. I've been going for 3 hours and 8 minutes now, so pushing myself to go the last 52 minutes, and it's one of those things where I'm like, all right, let's keep pushing through this. When you're constantly talking on a stream, especially if you're not normally a talker, it can definitely be a tiring thing. So you got a question here, which I will answer in a moment. And as we get into that, let's do this. I want to get into this foot here. Let me just draw a couple extra lines before we get into these questions. I love these questions, and thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing your curiosities and your thoughts. So here we go. This foot, as you can see, I have quite a few issues with. These lines specifically, which we're going to have to work to cover up, but is an easy fix to build into this space right here. And we'll have to fix this line too, these lines. But those are some easy things to work with. So let's see your question. How's it feel? Does it feel weird? Does it help me focus more? Does it silence the distractions in my mind? Never stream, so don't really have experience in doing it yourself. No, it's fine. No, this is great. I really appreciate the questions. So, here's the question. Josh plays Fortnite. Welcome. So, your question, are you asking this question from the perspective of you want to stream as an artist, or you just want to stream in general? Because I think that there's two separate questions there, or two separate answers, right? I've done gaming streaming, and for gaming streaming, I could just jump in and just play and not think about a single thing, right? And you know what? I don't think there's not too much to think about when you're doing that. But I definitely think with art streaming, you kind of have to have a why. You have to have a motivation for doing so, because art isn't like gaming in the sense of artists. I think as an artist, we can easily go into this vortex of self-judgment, self-evaluation, self-criticism. This idea of, should I let people see my process? Or what if they, see that, not every line that I make is the most perfect, beautiful, a museum-worthy line, right? So there's definitely a layer of extra insecurity, self-doubt to work through as an artist that, if you're just looking to stream as a streamer, if you're just looking to stream because you want to start an OnlyFans or something, I'm not saying that's what you want to do. I'm not, just as an example, right? For whatever reason you're streaming, there's different obstacles, personal self obstacles that you have to kind of work around. And that's as far as the feeling goes, right? I guess all streamers have different feelings. Not necessarily aiming to stream would be a cool experience though, but getting in front of camera could be beneficial to your work. Interested in benefits outside the obvious. So, I'm going to guess, like, what's obvious to you may not be obvious to me, but I'm going to guess that the obvious for you, as you're saying beneficial to your work, is getting an audience, getting people to see your work, getting, I don't know, sharing your process, like, those are obvious benefits, I would assume. If they're not what you mean by the obvious, then feel free to share. But I think you have to want to stream, right? Like, I came from a content first perspective, which content was my art at first. I created tons and tons of content, short films, things like that, before I ever started streaming art. So I already had that, like, coming from that perspective of, streaming is an obvious alternative way to share my work. Whereas I think if you come from years of dedicated work experience, which it sounds like, your craft, your work, your business, whatever, and then you're like, oh, how do I add streaming into it? That's a different mindset. And whereas, you're looking at streaming as a fun experience to experience streaming, I come in from a perspective of it just makes sense, right? Like, I create content, I make art, it just makes sense to do it. And maybe that's the perspective that can help get you into that area too, is your work, you want to share it with people, it just makes sense to stream about it. So, maybe there is that level of commonality there. But I hope this answers your question. I know I tend to get into these, like, philosophical ideas, but I guess I spend too much time thinking about this stuff rather than just doing it. But let's see. So I need a green right now. I'm going to take a nice dark green. And we're gonna go into this other area. But my experience of the streaming, like, so we're also working film and TV, and maybe some of the part of it is the nerves element of being live. And I know there's a lot of people that don't even want to stream their face or their voice, so there's quiet streams. And I will say that won't pass on TikTok. I think it passes on YouTube, but it won't pass on TikTok. TikTok will not allow you to stream without your face. Or it becomes more difficult to stream without your face because I've had lots of reports about being a loop on TikTok, which means that you can get penalized on your channel. I don't know about YouTube because I've always shown my face, or I'll show my artwork, like, up close. So I haven't had that issue. But yeah, my experience has mostly been positive. My experience, the only thing is the fact that you have to talk a lot more. So TikTok would also, and again, this is TikTok, totally different platform, but TikTok would also, I would get in trouble on TikTok if I didn't talk for, say, like 2 minutes. It would constantly, like, pull off these 2-minute segments from my videos that say, hey, you weren't active during these 2 minutes. So we're going to penalize you now. And from that, I really started to figure out, how can I talk for 4 hours straight? I've literally been talking for 4 hours straight. I don't do this naturally in my normal life. Can you only imagine somebody who never shuts up for 4 or 5 hours straight? It would drive me nuts if I had to be around them. But, but fortunately, this is a whole different medium than real life. And, that's what people expect from you. And also, from an art stream, I have the opportunity to people are understanding. Like, if I get caught up and they're not asking questions or seeking answers, I get caught up in my artwork. And I imagine if you're looking for artwork yourself, right, or your personal work, if you're sharing your personal work, honestly, if you just did a live stream about that and never showed your face and just showed the work, I'm sure you could totally get away with that on YouTube. But it feels like seeing me from far away or being behind a camera, that just makes you feel more receptive to whatever you say. Behind a camera, or does it just make you wise somehow when I look back on stream? I'm really confused about what you're saying. No. Yeah, I definitely would not. I can't listen to, I can barely listen to people speak for like 20 minutes on a in real life. So, or makes me sound wise somehow when I look back on the stream. So, seeing you from far away, being behind a camera. Yeah. Okay, well, it sounds like you were trying to compliment me there. Again, I kind of got lost on some of what you were saying, but I get the general gist. Whew, that's a lot there. But the other thing about streaming that I found, and I think famous artists, like if you're very, very famous for the work that you do, you can get away with not saying anything. And the room will be so packed with people that the conversations just happen themselves. But I think as a smaller streamer, as you can see, I don't have so many people in my live rooms right now. As a smaller streamer, you do have to make the extra effort. Yes, that's right. You have to put in extra effort to keep your viewers around, to make them happy, to entertain them. So that's part of the talking too. That's the other thing about game streamers that I think a lot of people can learn from, is that video game streamers can talk like nonstop and just crack jokes nonstop. I don't know how they do it, but they do. And I think a lot of art streams are pretty boring because they don't talk enough. But at the same time, as a streamer myself, I don't know how the game streamers really do it, but it's a skill that you got to build, and it might feel uncomfortable at first. So what do you mean? Does it put me on the mindset that makes me think and speak more articulated, or is this how I usually speak? Oh, wow. Thank you. You're saying so. I'm articulate. I would say I normally speak like this. I don't know. Yeah, I would say that this is just how I normally talk. I haven't really thought about, hey, how should I speak? I think this is just how I usually talk, how I usually speak. So, I hope that answers your question. I'm not trying to sound in any way, but oh yeah, or unless like, so my voice, the way I articulate information is one way, but the way I present information is a whole different ball game, by the way. Like a power granting that happens when I'm behind a camera. Oh, a power granting something. Oh, when you're behind a camera, there's a power that's granted to you in the way you speak. How I speak is one thing. How I've learned to present information is a whole different thing, for sure. There's a whole science to how I present ideas when people ask questions. For sure. If that's what you're asking, I'm not still yeah. So anyway, and by the way, I do stream a lot, and I say dumb things sometimes. Like when there's nobody watching and I know that nobody's chatting, I'll just go on and on about random stuff. And I'm sure somewhere in there, someone in the future might see this and be like, "Wow, he's a real idiot." But you know what? You get over that. I don't know. I don't care. Whatever. He's a real stupid guy for talking to himself live for 2 hours. I'm not saying, I'm talking about myself. I'm not saying anybody else. But yeah, you're gonna find. I guess you're gonna. I haven't had too many haters. I've had trolls, but I haven't had haters yet. So I'm sure they will make themselves apparent sometime in the future. Ah, I see. I see what you're saying. Yeah, once you're behind the camera and that you're being observed, things also change too. Like the way you make your artwork can change. And this is just specifically speaking with regards to artwork, which is what I do. The way that you work, the way that you can totally change for sure. But yeah, articulate questions. I mean, it's not that your questions were not articulate. It's just, there's, um, I just wasn't necessarily understanding what you were saying. But does it feel weird? I definitely don't feel. Let me answer those questions one by one. So how's it feel? It feels all right. Does it feel weird? Does it help me focus more? It doesn't feel weird. But I have made the idea of streaming part of my art. So it's hard to, it wouldn't necessarily be a distraction, but it can be a distraction. I never stream. So anyway, yeah, I hope this is helpful. If it's not helpful, keep asking. Keep asking questions keep asking until you get the answers that you're looking for. That's what I would say. And maybe it's not me. Maybe, I am not the streamer who helps you find an answer to your question. And that's okay too. I'm cool with that. I have no problem with not having the answers to everything. But I do love live streaming though. So if you're considering that and you don't know if you're gonna like it, try it out. You gotta try it out because it just might not be your thing. So what type of work do you do, if you don't mind sharing? You said that you do some work and it might benefit from actually live streaming. I know this one person on TikTok who I'm connected with, and they started a live TikTok for their, I forget what it's called when you take a dead animal and you preserve it by stuffing it. I forget what they called, but they built a TikTok channel for their business. And it got a lot of negative attention because it's supposed to be educational, but a lot of people didn't like that they were preserving dead animals, and they got a lot of warnings from TikTok that it was, like animal abuse or whatever, which it wasn't because the animals were already dead. But whatever reason, whatever happened, they weren't able to keep it up. They had to shut down their project. And that said, I do remember yeah. So anyway, you can definitely grow a business simply by doing that kind of stuff. So if growing your business is important, it's definitely something to consider for sure. Growing your business. Heck, I know one guy, his business is helping businesses get found on YouTube. That's his job. That's what he does for a living. That's what he does professionally. And one of his big ideas is is that your business, if you're on YouTube and you can get like a keyword, like let's just say you're a plumber. So let's just say you're a plumber in Arkansas. I've lived in Arkansas before, but let's just say you're a plumber in Arkansas and you want to get found as a plumber in your city. Like a plumber that could get found just by searching Arkansas plumbers and a YouTube answer pops up. That's very powerful. And that's all this guy did, was he helps businesses become like the first business that's discovered when searching for like small businesses like that on YouTube. That's it. That's all they do. And they do very well. But anyway, so you work as a partner in a marketing, do advertisement, website, SEO stuff. Okay, cool. Yeah. So you're a partner. Social media guy, though. Oh. I mean, if you can do the job without those things, you don't really need it, right? Like, you're doing it for other people. That's the important thing. As long as you can get the results for the other people, no one really cares about what you do. Although, it might be harder to find clients if you say that, you're an Instagram or a social media marketing company and you don't have a social media profile. It would be suspicious, but if you can somehow prove to them, like, hey, none of that really matters, I can do it. If you can prove to them, that's a whole different story. And if you're able to do that, oof, you are golden. So anyway, I'm working on this foot right now. We will share a little bit of progress here in just a few moments. But for now, I want to tighten up this toe here. I'm going to tighten up this toe. Go around these shadows here. We're going to go here. We're adding some of our shadows. And let's go like this. So all right. So if you were here earlier, showed a little bit of progress, but right now we're on the second step. That's pretty much it. Got social media for work pretty much. Okay, so this is second step right here. Same exact steps pretty much I did for this foot. But started with the outline, got into dark areas. But also like, hey, that's a really good idea. By the way, excuse me for pointing. I point a lot. I know it's not a good habit, but it's a really good idea. I actually learned in Japan, pointing is very, 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 very bad. But anyway, not very, very, very bad. Just, not nice. But that's a good idea. So the other day I was streaming and I did a live I did a live stream that was like somewhat like a live coaching. There was a marketer who was really good who just like sat and did like live coaching. I think they'd be pretty successful. There's not enough people doing it live. But obviously, you got to figure out your own way of doing things. But here's so I do this. So I'm going through this book and I'm doing it in whatever direction it's facing. So like if it's sideways, I'll do it sideways. If it's right side up, I'll do it right side up. If it's sideways, I'll do it sideways. If it's upside down, I'll do it upside down. Or like, faces on the side. So whatever angle it is like facing in this book, I'll copy it. And that's an exercise I learned from an art teacher, is drawing things as they are rather than trying to draw things as you assume. And that's the purpose of doing an upside down drawing, painting, whatever you want to call it, is it really teaches you to, yeah, exactly, right. So it makes sense. So draw things, so it really teaches you to see. And draw things as you see them and not draw things as you assume they should be, because that can get you down a hole of doing things not as they are. But yeah, you got that pretty quick, so I'm glad. But yeah, you're a marketer. Very cool. Advertising, marketing, great business to be in, I'm sure. Quite challenging though, right? It's not the easiest field to do well in. And if you've been doing it for a while now, if you've got regular clients, I can only imagine that you're probably doing pretty well. But yeah. So here we go. We're working into some of these areas, and I'm going ahead and using a lighter green to create some of the shadows that come around our foot here. And then we will have another update here in a few moments. But yeah, so I do that a lot, and I definitely think that it has really helped my creative, or not my creative skills. I think it has really helped my seeing skills, my ability to see something and trust my judgment as far as what it needs to look like. And that's one thing that can be really hard as an artist at first, is like trusting yourself that, you know, you're able to draw what it is that you're drawing, because sometimes it might not turn out exactly as you're seeing it. You know, you might have to go through a couple phases. Like in art, there's something called the ugly phase. I don't know if you do that. Yeah, so it really packed business, marketing, advertising. More people doing it than ever. Yeah, I guess yeah. Sounds like you're saying that it feels more saturated or whatever. I guess that's the marketing term, right? Market saturation. Market saturation is the word. A lot of market saturation right now. That's the business term for it. So anyway, we are going into these feet right here. Going to create a little bit of a texture around that toe, around this toe. So what type of marketing do you do, as far as social media? Do you like work with celebrities? Do you work with brands? Do you do daily posts and stuff like that? How do you do your work? What is your work? And why do you feel, you know, out of curiosity, so what do you feel would be the benefit to what you do of live streaming? Because earlier you did say, you know, you're thinking about live streaming, it'd be good for your work. So what do you feel would be the benefits of that? Ah, yes. E-com. become. I suppose that's why people who sell courses become so prevalent nowadays, as they say, when everyone's looking for gold, make sure to sell shovels. Yeah. No, courses are great. I was just watching this video the other day. Some guy was talking about Amazon affiliate marketing. He says, oh, this one girl got a video that got 1 million, like 40 million views or something. She had just done Amazon affiliate marketing. She would have made tens of thousands of dollars. But it's the funny thing is that, that most people don't think about is that video was not even his. He doesn't know how to make a video with 40 million views. So results totally vary. But you know what? That video is enough to probably get at least a couple of customers. And that's all you need. Yeah, I've sold courses before. I had a podcasting course. I had a podcasting course. I still have it. It's on my Udemy. Ikam Sandhu wants to give a donation. Yes, I'm getting a donation. Wow, that would be nice. And I didn't even have to ask for it. So, Ikam Sandhu, welcome. So we are on our second foot now. This is the green foot next to our red foot, and just basically working into some of the tighter details here. So you work with businesses, not influencers, more of the behind the scenes stuff than anything else. Very cool. Yeah, and the other thing is, like, courses are really, it's like it's a good income source. So guest sharing the knowledge to potential clients to clarify their needs, and if they happen to need what we do and they trust us since experts in the field by sharing. Yeah, there's one thing about live streaming. You become known as the expert in the field, for sure. Authority figures. That is definitely a challenge that a lot of... I see, I'm sure you know who Russell Brunson is, the creator of... What's his thing? ClickFunnels? Yeah, he does a lot of live streaming now. I mean, I guess he's always live streamed, but I think he does more live streams now, like, actual live streams, and not just, hey, come watch our live stream. It's just a pre-recorded live stream. And you could tell because, he's actually interacting with the people in the chat. But I've even seen businesses now that actually have a way to make it look like people are interacting live, but they're not. It's pretty fascinating to me, this technology. So yeah, Russell Brunson, great. He's got an amazing business. I think most of us can only hope to have a business that is nearly as successful. But yeah, he's doing live streams now. He's an authority figure in his field. He is a force to be reckoned with. As Jordan Belfort likes to say, you always have to come off as an authority figure, a force to be reckoned with, an expert in your field. That is what the artist, or not the artist, but the business person must become. And here we go. So I am going to push some of these colors around. So I noticed my mistakes on my last piece. So I need to fix some of those errors in this one. And we're going to do that right here. We'll share an update here in a few moments, but just making sure that I add in this light green color to start to create the overall shape of this foot, the overall form of this foot. It's nice to have a variety of different value greens. And basically just following pretty much the same process throughout all these. It's 11:30 p.m. So let's see. Alexa, what time is it?
The time is 2:25.
2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 11:30. You must be in Australia or the UK, huh? Well, thanks for tuning in, eh? Really appreciate it. If you ever, just want to stop by, whether you like art or not, and you just want to, chat or do whatever, thanks for tuning in. Here's the last final update on the lemon foot. Lemon foot versus strawberry foot. Foot is definitely coming along for sure. Thank you so much. Have a great one, eh? Really appreciate you being here. Thanks for sharing some of your thoughts, your questions, your curiosities with me, with us, with everybody that was here. So here we go. We're going to continue building into the space here. Welcome back, Kat.
Hi.
All right. So let's see here. So UK and Australia about 7 time zones away. So I'm on Pacific time, which would mean I know there's like an 8-hour difference or something, 8 or 12, or maybe Australia's back, like they're earlier than over here or something. I don't know. But yes, good to know different time zones and things like that. So now that we've got the basic form of our foot here, our green foot and our red foot. Yeah, take care, eh? Really, we'll chat another time. So we've got our green foot, which means opposite of red, opposite of green is yellow or red. So we're gonna go with yellow, purple, and I'm trying to plan out the colors that we're gonna color with. So purple and orange. So I need a dark purple and an orange. I'm gonna go with some darker colors on this one. We need like a dark orange. There we go with a light orange. Oh, whoops, that's not purple. No purples in that one. Purple and an orange. Let's do that. So, catch me some other time. That's great. Yes.
Pepper.
So we're going to go around and do this with our orange here. And let's go around like so. I want to make this curve feel more natural as I go around. We might actually go past the 4 hours, the 4-hour streaming goal here. Simply because I needed to spend more time on this piece, taking more time than expected. And we're going to finish this piece. We're definitely not going to just stop in the middle of this because I don't want to. This foot feels a little bit flattened, so I'm going to give it a little bit of a curvature here around the heel I'm just carving away at this foot with my oil pastel here. And here we go. So we're just carving away at our form.
Simba. Hi. Sorry, buddy, but you keep peeing on your beds. So I guess you're gonna sleep there.
And here we go. We need to bring back our dark green here. Just to add a little bit of shadow that we seem to be missing from this. And here we go. So tightening up some of the forms here, some of the shadow, the wrinkles of the foot, as you might call them. So wrinkles of the foot here. And let's go like this. And we really got to narrow down the shape of this foot, so we're going to tighten this foot up here. One thing I love about the, I don't want to call them cheaper, the more affordable oil pastels, the fine quality as opposed to the artist quality oil pastels, is that they're a little harder, so you actually have the opportunity to use them to like carve your forms, to like shape them. And shape your figures and carve them away. So what we're going to do is we're going to carve around this foot, take a little bit of a yellow, and just push some of our shade to the side, our shading here. And let's go, we're going to define just a little bit into our foot. There's just an ever so slight change in color with the foot here. And Charlotte Cole, hello, welcome. My bad, I don't know how long you've been here, but hello, welcome. We're actually almost done. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours, and I wanted to set today's goal to stream for 4 hours. So we're almost reaching that point, but you know, you're tuning in at a good time because after I wrap up, yeah. there's discussion, we could call it. We're gonna call it some discussion. So what brings you in as a viewer? I know that there are so many options. There's so many options of YouTubers and everything out there that you can be watching. Yet you have somehow decided to be here, which is great. So welcome here. And I think what I got to do is I got to go into the dark area with a much darker colors. So for our red, I used the blue. For the green, I'm gonna use like a dark ochre. Maybe a dark color. So you're here because you wanted to ask something, but sure. Okay, well, feel free to ask away. Ask away. No, I'll be here. I still got to finish up this foot. So, while you're here, feel free to ask away, and we'll go ahead and have a chat around that topic.
Structure in it. With just button mashing, got to learn some combos. What's that?
So let's see. Who's asking? That's the question. I don't give away personal information about people.
Working on a deck, so few show through the descendants on the habitable planets. Branding concepts on the page. That design's pretty good. Classy, right? How is someone going to escape into outer space before we go anymore? It's like a pension account. Put money every month and that grows and creates more money. So the next month there's an even bigger part of money that's growing. And do the maths.
So yeah, there's the question. Who's asking? What makes you ask? Is the question, right? What makes you ask about this person?
This is impressive question from this woman, you know. I'm impressed. Yeah. But it is bollocks. It's not real. How do you make it real? I don't know how. So what it is? Is this real? Because if this isn't real, I'm not interested.
this, in the new world we're living in, I'm afraid I can't afford to wait any longer. I wanted to tell you in person, I feel I owe you that.
I appreciate it, Dennis. Thank you.
Surely you understand that. I have no choice in the matter.
We all have choices.
I've never been less happy about a business decision.
Okay. So it is 3 hours and 56 drawing. So Bubble Lushes, hello and welcome. So we're actually in the final steps of a foot. The final touches of a foot. I'll share some progress here in a few moments. And then we're actually going to be, y'all are coming at the end of a stream, a 4-hour stream. But don't worry, we'll be back at another day, at another time for sure. So here we go. We're gonna share some of the progress here in just a moment. And here we go. So got these two feet, and yeah, so 2 feet basically is 2 feet studies. And you know, I'm not a professional foot drawer or painter, but this is a project that comes from this great book here. No, that's great. So I'm actually about done. This has been streaming for 3 hours and 58 minutes. So I'm actually gonna turn this off in about 2 minutes. But it's great to have you all here. Great for all of you to join in. But wrapping up, I really don't know what else I should do on this foot. I feel like I should just keep working until the very end of this. Just keep pushing this foot until there's no more to push. But Bubbles, thank you so much for tuning in. Even though you're catching this at the very end, and I'm sure your artwork is very good too. And if you tried your hand at doing these exercises, I'm sure you would do absolutely great.
Yeah.
What's it called again?
The staircase project.
Doesn't sound real.
Yeah, it sounds real. Big eye in the sky, colourful bells.
Science fiction. Fairy tales.
I'm adding a little bit of extra texture to
You still have that.
some of these feet.
When did I give it to you?
2/10, 2015, 4 days after my birthday.
And let's see. So thank you very much. So you're saying that it looks very nice. I really appreciate that. And we're actually wrapping up right now. If anybody has any last minute questions, things that they want to talk about, get off their chest, admissions, you're off the bed, you can't sleep, cool. The feet looks like graffiti a little. Yeah, you could say that. I think it's the pop colors, the very bright color contrasts that help to create that effect for sure. Just the really bright reds with the dark,
I didn't come up with it.
and made these pretty different, but did contrast and really push the colors a bit. Some great bright neon looking colors on these feet. So with that, we've been 4 hours. Finally, I feel like I have increased my art streaming endurance. So yeah.
I know my main qualifications.
Well, thanks so much, Bubble Lushes. I'm off to take a break now. We'll probably be streaming on another day. But, oh yeah, CE Bond too. Yeah, we're back. Yeah, just a couple things. So for people who like paintings of feet, these are definitely available for sale. Yeah. Although I will say, hold on, let me wash my hands. I might just stay on this live stream. Might stay on it. We'll see.
Are you gonna want that baked potato?
What?
Are you gonna want the other baked potato?
No.
No?
But now we can go for
Or
it.
I don't know, maybe if you're not gonna eat it, I might eat it. I don't know yet.
Okay.
A lot of food in the fridge.
I understand.
All right, so we're actually about to wrap up. Yeah, you missed all the hours, but you know, we're about to wrap up. So I don't know if everybody here, how's everybody doing? Does anybody have a creative problem that they're looking to work on, that they need help with, that, you know, just having a conversation with somebody about it would be helpful? So Bubbles, can you see the text? Because I think my channel, I actually have auto caption on. Like, it automatically creates these captions, which I think is great. I think it does that, right? Well, anyway, I've hit my streaming goal. So unless anybody chimes in with anything that they're really interested to talk about, I say thank you all for being here, and everybody that was here earlier or even just now. Thanks, and we're gonna wrap up. Have a great day. I'll probably stream tomorrow or maybe later today, most likely tomorrow or another day. But have a great one. See y'all later. Take care, Charlotte, Bubble Luscious, C Bond 2, and have a wonderful time.